we're here on case 2020 CF 1021 State versus Wilson. All parties are again present. The defendant is present. The jury is not currently in the room. We have a problem with the juror that we bring to the attention of the parties. Juror number 5. Is telling staff and has told other jurors she has a cruise that she's leaving on Saturday and there's no way she's missing out, and that she was promised that she would be finished by then. I have concerns about her ability to participate as a juror and not feel rushed at this point. I am not certain we will have to finish by Saturday, given the pace that we're going at and the issues that we're tackling. If the parties would like to want here, or we can do that.
Judge, we don't have a problem if you want to dismiss or we want an alternate.
However, Your Honor, if defense could just have a brief moment so we could.
Maybe confirm. And just to let you know, my notes don't reflect anything about a trip on Saturday, but of course I did not take a verbatim recording of what she said. Her original juror number was 16.
Your Honor, if we could bring in juror number 5 and speak to her. However, because of the timeline of things, if the court would allow some testimony first. I'm not sure about the state's witness, but defense witness, Bilberry, has some time constraints. So if we could at least take his testimony and then bring the juror.
The nature of this testimony.
It's very brief, Your Honor. It's clarification regarding the deposition. Defense understood the court's position yesterday is the state's argument. So Mr. Bilberry is illuminating what he meant by stealing in the conduct disorder.
Is this a proffer or testimony? I mean, you
He's
want the jury to
testifying,
hear?
no, he's testifying as part of the defense motion and when you reference the motion.
All right, we can do that first.
Thank you.
You have
And
a
then Judge, could we address the juror at lunch then, depending on how long we go, because we have Dr. Negan, who's on his time constraints.
do that.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Defense is in agreement.
All right, very good. We'll do that. All right, and you wanted me to hear some testimony from Mr. Bilbray.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Dr. Negan is currently in the room still. Do you want to get in or out?
I defer to the state.
I'd rather just keep him there, so we're on the issues. And he's an expert, so he's entitled
He
to,
can hear.
and it's not gonna affect his testimony in the least.
That's fine. We can do that. All right, Mr. Bilbray, if you're able to hear me, if you could please unmute your device.
I can hear you.
Video, please.
Hello?
Judge, we tested earlier and it was, when from here, it was working through the sound of the courtroom. I don't know if you're gonna be able to replicate that there.
Let's do this. I'm going to mute the courtroom feed, and then it'll be picking up from yours instead. So hang on just a moment. Let me do that.
Mr. Bilberry, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Excellent. Okay, Miss Peoples is going to come talk to you, so hold on, right?
Okay.
All right, let's start off first. Mr. Bilbrey, what state are you currently in?
I am in Arizona.
All right, so under our rules, I have to ask you if you consent to be placed under oath by video remote device. Do you consent to that?
I did not hear you.
Do you consent to being placed under oath by a remote video and audio device?
Yes, sir.
All right, if you'd raise your right hand then, please. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
All right, thank you. You may proceed, Ms. Peoples.
Good morning. Please state your full name.
Travis Michael Bilber.
And Travis, you know Mark Wilson Jr., correct?
I do.
Now, in your deposition less than 2 weeks ago, you mentioned that Junior was stealing, correct?
We all were.
All right. And were you stealing for food?
Yes.
All right. At any time, were you stealing in the form of, say, a carjacking or individuals at gunpoint or knife?
No.
All right. And you also referred to Junior, Mark Wilson Jr. as a troublemaker. What did you mean by that?
Let's see. He just was the troublemaker, a punk. I don't know how else to put it.
Right.
We were a young kid, you know.
Are you meaning troublemaker in the sense of a little brother sense?
I would have to probably agree with that.
All right. Now, you're aware of his current charge or conviction at this point.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Anything about the kid that you grew up with gave you any insights that he would end up in this position today?
Absolutely not. And when I heard about it, I was shocked, like incredibly shocked.
All right, because in your deposition, you referred to him as a monster. Are you talking about the actual conviction at this point? Or
Yes,
what
ma'am.
did you mean by that?
Meaning the actual conviction.
All right, state.
Thank you, ma'am. Hi, Travis. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. How about you?
Good, thank you. So in your deposition, you stated Mark would do a lot of stealing. And then you said you sometimes participated with him. So you weren't with him all the time when he was stealing, correct?
I guess you're right. Yeah.
Right. So you don't know what he was stealing for all the time, correct? It could have been if he wanted other things. You don't know because you weren't with him, right, sir?
That is correct. What,
No further questions.
24/7.
Right. And you actually in your depot, you had called him a punk ass. And then you said, my intuition when I was younger is the same now because I knew he couldn't change his stripes. So you intimated that you did have an inclination that he was going to be trouble and was going to consistently get in trouble throughout his life. Is that correct?
I was thinking, yes, but I was thinking more so like, you know, petty maybe drugs, nothing in a line of murder.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yes, briefly, Your Honor.
To be clear, Travis, when you guys couldn't fish for dinner and the neighbors wouldn't provide food, the three of you kids would then at that point result to theft.
Correct. And it's, small time like Pokemon cards, stuff like that. To turn around and sell it at school so that we could buy food.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is Mr. Gober excused then?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Gober. You're free to go.
All right, thank you.
And Judge, if we could just address that motion later, after this next witness,
Okay.
because I just want to make sure we can get Dr. Negan out for you.
So just to be clear, so meaning we're bringing the jury for Negan's testimony and then have a hearing and argument on.
Sure.
Thank you.
That'll work. Ready for the-
Yes, ma'am.
You can see they're not here yet.
Judge, on Zoom here, are we able to put Dr. Negan as like usually I have an option to pin that person?
I'm making this call.
Okay, perfect.
And if you change your computer to where it's viewing the speaker, it should bring you up as a big.
Got it. Perfect. Thank you.
Leave your audio on in the courtroom.
Yes, sir. Dr. Negan, can you just make sure you can hear us and
I
respond?
can hear you and I can do screen share like this. We're good.
Okay, thank you,
hear me
sir.
Okay, and see me good?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Excellent.
Members of the jury, standard one question, everyone assure me by a show of hands that they have not done any outside research, you have not had any discussions with any other persons at all about this case, and you have not watched any news articles about this case. There's the affirmative response from all. Statement first witness.
Thank you, Judge. The state would call Dr. Jeffrey Negan. He is on Zoom, Judge.
Thank you. Dr. Negan, if you'd raise your right hand, please. You swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. You may proceed, Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Dr. Negan, can you please introduce yourself to the jury, tell them what you do for work and what your job is, sir?
Sure. My name is Jeffrey Negan. I'm a medical doctor and MD. I am a diagnostic radiologist, which is someone who interprets X-rays, MRIs, CAT scans, ultrasounds, all the studies you get if you go to a hospital or an outpatient center to determine what's wrong with you. That's my job. I've been doing that for almost 30 years now in private practice. I work at a trauma center in Lee County, Florida, Fort Myers, which has been in the news a lot lately, not for the best of reasons with the hurricane. I'm also a neuroradiologist, meaning I have additional training and board certification in a subspecialty of radiology, which is the brain and the spine. So I have additional training and certification and expertise in interpreting MRIs of the brain, PET scans of the brain, and things like that.
Do you mind telling the jury what your educational background is, sir?
Sure. I went to college at Brandeis University in Waltham, Massachusetts for 4 years and got my bachelor's degree. I went to the University of Miami School of Medicine in Miami, Florida, and got my medical degree, my MD, after 4 years. Then I did my residency, which is my training in radiology for 4 years at the University of South Florida College of Medicine in Tampa, Florida. That's where I learned to be a radiologist. Then, as I alluded to earlier, I did additional training called a fellowship. Not everyone does that, in neuroradiology. And I did that also at the University of South Florida College of Medicine in Tampa, Florida. And I received board certification by the American Board of Radiology as both a neuroradiologist and a diagnostic radiologist. And I've been practicing ever since in Fort Myers, Florida for almost 30 years now, practicing both diagnostic radiology and neuroradiology.
In your practice in Fort Myers, how many doctors are in your radiology group, sir?
It's a bit fluid, but between 25 and 30. It's a large practice. We have people retiring and we're hiring new people. And we have 6 different hospitals, including a stroke center, Lee Memorial Hospital, which is a level 2 trauma center where they fly in people every hour, every half hour from a very large radius. We have a children's hospital, Gallisano Children's Hospital, and multiple outpatient centers. So we're a large practice, and we provide 24-hour coverage to the whole health system in Lee County, Florida.
And are you one of the partners at that practice, sir?
I am, yes.
Let me ask you a question in reference to you on a daily function. What do you do daily? Like you wake up, not shower, none of that, but work-wise.
I usually do shower, but taking that aside, I worked last night, which is why I'm a little tired this morning. I worked about 2 a.m. because I work shifts. I worked yesterday from 4 p.m. until about 2 a.m. So we work different shifts each day. That's why I'm available now, because I'm not working this morning, my regular job, that is. But yes, I usually work between 8 and 10-hour shifts in front of a computer, reading X-rays and MRIs and CAT scans from all the different hospitals and outpatient centers. And I do about 40% of my time doing neuroradiology, which is imaging of the brain and the spine. But I read all kinds of imaging studies of all age people, all parts of the body.
When you read imaging, are you also, some of the imaging you read for MRIs, CAT scans, and PET scans, do those entail traumatic brain injuries?
Probably every 20 minutes, unfortunately, because being a level 2 trauma center, we're the only level 2 trauma center between Tampa and Miami. So as a result, within about a 100-mile radius, or even more, they're flying people in by helicopter and driving them by ambulance, all the traumas. It could be something as simple as falling in the bathroom and banging your head. It could be a major car accident. It could be a gunshot, stabbing, all kinds of stuff. But every 10, 20 minutes, yes, there's people coming in for traumatic issues, traumatic brain injuries, traumatic neck injuries, back injuries, and they're getting CAT scans, X-rays, and MRIs constantly.
Have you been hired as an expert witness before in civil cases? We'll start with.
Absolutely, yes.
How many civil cases do you approximately think you've worked on? Not like an exact number, but would be in the hundreds?
On the thousands.
Okay. And you're called on for your expertise in neuroradiology in those cases?
That is correct. That's over the last 25 years we're talking, just to be clear. It's not in the last week or something.
Yes, sir. In reference to criminal cases, have you been hired to be an expert witness in criminal cases before?
Yes, I have.
And when you're hired, do you work like for the defense and also for the state attorney's office or prosecution? Have you been hired by both?
Yes, close to 50-50, a little bit more for the defense. I've done probably more for the defense in these types of capital cases. I've probably done 2/3 for the defense, or maybe even 3/4 for the defense, but I don't pick and choose. Doesn't change my opinions. Whoever hires me, I tell them what the imaging shows. That's my role as a radiologist.
Have you testified in court as an expert before?
Yes, many times.
Can you estimate about how many times? It doesn't have to be exact. Are you talking like 10, 20, 50, 100?
Over 200.
Have you offered an expert opinion in neuroradiology before dealing with PET scans, CAT scans, and MRIs?
Yes, over 100 times.
And over your career, I know you deal with a lot of PET scans, CAT scans, and MRIs. Would it be in the thousands or tens of thousands that you've reviewed over your career?
Absolutely. Last night alone, I probably read 40 MRIs. So not every day is the same number, but I probably read 200 a week. So that's almost 10,000 a year. And you multiply that by 20 something years, you're talking 250,000 MRIs, maybe. Very rough number. Don't hold me to that one.
Yes, sir. And likewise, not as many CAT scans and PET scans because those aren't as common, but you've read in the hundreds, if not thousands of those.
Actually, CAT scans are more common. That's the first study they do when you come to the emergency room, is a CAT scan of your head and neck. Everybody gets a CAT scan. So they probably read 10 times as many CAT scans. PET scans are much less common. You're correct. We don't do that many PET scans. That's more for cancer imaging. We don't do many PET scans for brain injuries or Alzheimer's disease, not compared to the number we do for cancer imaging, which is the main application.
Now, Dr. Negan, were you asked to consult or review some scans of Mark Wilson in reference to some scans taken on June 30th of 2022?
I was, yeah.
And what were you sent? Were you just sent those scans? That's it?
That's it. Yes, that's, as a radiologist, that's all I review. I don't examine patients in my regular practice, and I'm certainly not going to do something outside of my expertise when I do a review in the legal arena. So I simply interpret imaging, tell you what it shows and what may have caused it and how long it's been there.
Did you have an opportunity to review? Let's start with an MRI that was performed on Mr. Wilson.
I did. It was performed on June 30th of 2022.
Now, your practice didn't do the imaging. You just received that from I guess it was sent from us from a different imaging center.
Yeah, it's a place called Precision Imaging Center, but it doesn't matter who performs it. All MRI machines acquire imaging the same way. Depending on the quality of the machine, they might look slightly different, but this is a high quality image similar to what we do in our practice.
If you can just walk us through, and I'll try and let you explain it and maybe ask a few questions, but tell us what you observed in reviewing the MRI and the locations you might have observed the items. Then we'll talk about what they are and, the relevance.
Sure. Is it okay if I show the images?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to do screen share. Please tell me if you can see what I'm showing. I hope you can.
Yes, sir. And if we can, is this actually how a real doctor would look at it? It's not in a PowerPoint. You would look at it like
I'm
this?
showing you the actual study as it was provided to me and as the reading radiologist actually read it. There's multiple ways they could display it to look at the images, but I'm going to show you this is the actual study on a CD. And it wouldn't be on a CD when they read it, but it would be otherwise exactly the same. Okay. So I'm going to show you a couple different types of images. The first one I'm going to show you, which is not that one. Here it is. I'm sorry. Okay. This is the brain here, this whole thing. The outside is the skull. The black is the skin. The sort of grayish area here is the skull. And inside here, all this white is the brain. The black here is cerebral spinal fluid, just fluid. That's in the ventricles. And you also have fluid around the brain, the little black areas. That's about as much as I'm going to teach you today. I don't think I'll make anyone a radiologist, unfortunately, in 2 minutes. But
we might want to get paid like one. No,
Well,
I'm sorry, doctor.
we'll leave that for another day. But that being said, This is the front and this is the back of the head back here. So they're laying on their back and you're looking up from the feet up to the head. That's why this is the right side of the patient and this is the left side of the patient. It seems reversed, but I just wanted to orient everybody. And this is a special type of image. As you can see on the left here, they did a lot of different images. This is a particularly useful one. It's called the FLAIR image, FLAIR. That's an acronym. It stands for Fluid Attenuation Inversion Recovery. Now, I know that's a lot of big words. What does that mean in English? It means the fluid, they make the fluid look black instead of white, which it usually does. That way, if there's any scarring in the brain, you can see it. Scarring is just the fancy word for that is gliosis. Scarring in the brain is called gliosis. We want to look for any white areas that jump out. And when we scroll through all these images of the brain, these are slices through the brain at different places. What we can see is, you see that tiny little white dot there? Hopefully you can see it.
We can
That's
see that, doctor.
It's pretty tiny, but there is a little white dot there. And another white dot here. This one you can see better. Two little white dots here in the white matter. This is the white matter. All this gray stuff is the white matter. What is white matter? It's the connections of the brain. All of this white on the outside of the brain is called the gray matter. That's a different type of a cell that controls your body and sends impulses down your spinal cord and controls things. So the white matter is the connections. So we have two little dots in this white matter. This is the left side of the brain towards the back of the brain called the parietal lobe. Those are two little scars. They could be there for 20 years. They could have been born with it. We don't know what the cause is, but we'll talk about that. Finally, there's a third scar. Can you see that little white dot here?
Yes, sir.
That's in the front of the head. This area is called the corpus callosum. What is the corpus callosum? Well, I'm going to show you a really cool picture. I like showing pictures. I think it makes things easier to understand. The corpus callosum is the connection between the left and right sides of the brain. This is a better picture of the corpus callosum. This is the corpus callosum, this structure here. This is looking from the side of the head. And that little scar, it's hard to see on here, but you can see it, that tiny little white dot there. That's pretty small, but there's a little scar in the front of the corpus callosum. So this person has three little scars in their brain. Do most people have scars in their brain? We all do as we age, varying numbers and amounts. What causes scarring in the brain?
There's no question.
Well,
Hang on a second.
well,
Doc-
Dr. Nagan, if you could wait for Mr. Lewis to.
Yes, sir.
direct another question.
So
Sorry,
Dr.
I'm sorry.
Negan, yeah, no worries. Can you explain, do people, all people have scarring in their brain? And would that be common to see?
not all people do, but as we age, everybody does, yes. The older we are, everyone over 50 has some scars, usually. Certainly over 60, everybody does, yes. What causes scarring? Microvascular ischemic change is the most common. What does that mean? Little microscopic blood vessels get blocked up and causes scarring. And you don't have any symptoms from it. You don't even know you have it. We all have this as we age. It's called aging. And diabetes, high blood pressure, those things can contribute to it. If you have them, they can make those little blood vessels get blocked up. What other things can cause scarring? Birth injuries. These are very common areas to have birth injuries, meaning when you're born.
No question.
Can I continue?
Yes, you may, doctor. I'm going to overrule the objection.
When you're born, if not enough oxygen or blood flow goes to your brain, that can cause scarring in these very specific areas. These are common areas to get birth injuries.
And
Lastly,
Dr. Oh, I'm sorry.
yeah, additional
Yes, sir.
things that can cause scarring are trauma. If you have an injury to your brain, infections, inflammation of blood vessels, and even migraine headaches. So we don't know what the cause of scarring is just by looking at MRI. We can look at the locations and things like that. We don't know if it's been there for 2 years or 20 years by looking at this. There are some other findings. You asked me what all the findings are on
Well,
here.
let me, I'm going to ask you a few questions in between and then we'll get to the
Sure.
next finding. In reference to this, when there's the two scarrings on the parietal, I guess, lobe and the corpus callosum, are those, if someone has those and if you've seen them before, do they necessarily mean someone's going to be impaired in their cognitive functioning?
Absolutely not. They have no that you can't predict. Most people who have little scars have no symptoms from it, and it doesn't have any meaning whatsoever. It's common to have little scarring in the brain, and we can't predict from the MRI what symptoms someone's going to have.
Now, did you find in the MRI any damage or issues with the temporal lobes at all?
Well, that's what I was about to say, but I'm
Oh.
glad you brought that up. These are
Yes,
the temporal lobes, which is the side of the brain. They look completely normal. There's no scarring. There's no shrinkage. Because if you damage your brain, it may not work well and it starts to shrink up. Either the whole brain can shrink up or the area that's damaged could shrink up. And they even went an extra level on this case and did some very specialized imaging, which is good in this case because they did everything possible. They did this called, it's a neuroquant study where it uses a computer to measure the volume of parts of the brain to see if there's any shrinkage. Even though I could look and say there's none, they used artificial intelligence, basically, a computer algorithm, and it measured the hippocampus on both the left and right side. What is the hippocampus? That's the temporal lobes you asked me about. And these charts show that the left hippocampus is actually bigger than average. It's about 55th percentile, so that's normal, or actually 59 percentile, I'm sorry. And the left is right about average at the 42nd percentile. So they're both on the bell curve, perfectly normal. So we know there's no evidence for any injury in the temporal lobes on the MRI. There's no shrinkage. There's no abnormal scarring. And lastly, they did something called DTI imaging, which is the most, or it's the newest technique, I should say. It's called diffusion tensor imaging. And it's gotten a lot of attention in the last 10 or 15 years. It makes very cool images, these color images here. What it does, it's a different form of using the MRI machine, and it checks for the structural integrity of the white matter in the brain to see if there's injury to the white matter. Now, it's still somewhat investigational, but it is being used more and more. That being said, in this case, it shows the white matter to be normal in the entire brain with no evidence for loss of integrity or injury to any of the white matter in terms of how it's functioning. This is a little more functional. It shows the diffusion of water in and out of the cells in 3 different directions and how the white matter is. I know I'm not going to be able to teach you how to read these. Very cool images, the black and white. It even shows that corpus callosum here where that scar is completely normal. It shows that parietal lobe back here where that scarring is completely normal. So even though you have a little scarring, it shows no abnormalities with the white matter in terms of how it's functioning. So we don't see any abnormalities except for a couple little scars on the brain. Otherwise, it's normal. But there is one more important finding I neglected. When we look at the brain, we do a special technique called susceptibility weighted imaging. That's what this is. What it looks for is hemosiderin. Why is that important? If you ever had an injury to the brain, if there's ever any blood in the brain, ever in your life, it leaves a stain. Because when the blood goes away, hemosiderin is a blood product and it stains the brain potentially. And this can detect if you ever had bleeding in your brain ever in your life. It would leave a black spot in the brain. It's very obvious. And this person has never had bleeding. It's completely normal. So they've never had any bleeding in the brain. They have no shrinkage of the brain. There's no, the DTI study shows no abnormality of the white matter. They do have a couple little scars. We have no idea how they got there, how long they've been there, and if they have any meaning whatsoever just looking at the MRI, because many people have little scars throughout their life, varying numbers and depending upon how you lived your life and things that have happened throughout your life, different insults.
And doctor, when you look at the hundreds, if not thousands of TBI brain scans that you look at normally, this one in comparison to those others, is this really minor with this scarring? Like nothing really even to notice on it for you?
Well, this wouldn't be traumatic brain injury. This would not be something suggestive of traumatic brain injury. These are just a couple little scars. We don't know how they got there. It doesn't exclude traumatic brain injury. MRI never does. You'd have to do an autopsy to exclude traumatic brain injury. And luckily, we don't do autopsies in live people. So that being said, I do review MRIs for the NFL, the National Football League, and the football players, and I read them all the time on behalf of the NFL. So I'm very familiar with chronic traumatic encephalopathy and traumatic brain injury. This would be very nonspecific and not highly suggestive of traumatic brain injury due to the lack of any shrinkage, no hemosiderin, a couple little scars. It could have been a birth injury, could have occurred when they were a child, could be just with migraine headaches. We don't really know why they're there, but nothing about this is suggestive of any significant traumatic brain injury, no.
And just to clarify, I think we talked about it, but in looking at scans like this, where there's those three little scars, that doesn't mean that person has any cognitive memory or brain issues. Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct. Having a couple little scars has no meaning whatsoever on a clinical standpoint. You can't predict clinical significance based on a couple little scars. Most people have little scars and have no symptoms from them whatsoever.
But Dr. Negan, did you also look at the PET scan / CAT scan?
I did.
Can you explain like how those two work together? And
Sure.
real fast, I wanted to ask you, when the manufacturer of the product of the MRI scans and the person who, or the company that provides it, do they provide that in black and white to you?
You mean the PET scan? You said
PET
MRI,
scan.
but I just want to make sure.
I'm
you
sorry,
meant
the PET and CAT scan. Are those provided in black and white?
In this case, they are. Some manufacturers have, they do it in color, but yes, these were provided in black and white. That's how it was acquired at this facility based on the techniques they have in their software. I'm showing you how it was provided to me and how it was acquired at the facilities. Yes, this is how it was performed and acquired.
So it was acquired at that location in this black and white, and that's how a radiologist should interpret it?
It's okay to, you can convert these to color. There's nothing wrong with doing that, but this is how it was provided, and it's easier to interpret in black and white, quite frankly, although color can be used as well. There's nothing wrong with using color, but that's changing the images. That's not how they were acquired, and that's not how I viewed them. I have no capability of changing them myself unless I alter the images, which I never do.
Right, so you try and read the images as they came from the instrument or the machine?
Yes, otherwise everyone's looking at different images. If I change these to one color, another radiologist makes another color, that leads to a lot of misinterpretation, and we can't all be on the same page.
What was the results of your review of well, first of all, just tell us PET and CAT scan, if those work together, and what those are, what they're looking for,
Yeah,
sir.
this is the same study on these two different screens. On the right is the CAT scan of the brain. All that is an X-ray machine. It looks like an MRI machine when you lay in it, but it's open, and it takes X-rays of the brain and shows the brain. It's usually the first study we do when someone's had an injury, to look for any bleeding or any emergent injuries. And this brain looks completely normal on the CAT scan. This white is a calcification. That's normal. That's in the pineal gland. Many people get calcifications in the pineal gland early in life. It's just a normal finding. These are the ventricles. The brain is normal. No shrinkage whatsoever. They actually have, for their age, a perfect brain. Not one bit of shrinkage at all, anywhere. Then we have the PET scan. What is a PET scan? That stands for positron emission tomography, PET. What does that mean in English? It means they inject something radioactive into a vein in your arm. In this case, they use FDG glucose, which is fluorine, and it's just basically a radioactive substance attached to glucose, which is sugar. Why do they inject sugar in your arm? Because your cells eat a lot of sugar throughout your body. The more active the cells are, the more sugar they eat. The reason we do this usually is for cancer, because cancer cells are growing faster than regular cells, and they eat more sugar, and we can detect cancer anywhere in your body potentially. So it's very helpful for cancer. That's not why we did it here, but that is the most common reason we do PET scans, to look for cancer or see if the treatment is working to treat cancers. In this case, we did it to look at the brain, to see how much glucose the brain is eating, or sugar. Because if the brain is not working right, the areas that are not functioning well may eat less glucose. So very simply, we're looking to see how much sugar your brain eats. And if they're eating a lot of sugar, it looks black. And we're looking at the gray matter around the brain. The white matter is white on here, okay? So we look at the brain. The black areas here are the gray matter in the basal ganglia. You have gray matter in other areas eating sugar. These are the thalami or the thalamus. And everything is completely normal. Now, I think it's been brought up to me, the temporal lobes. They look like they're not as black over here. And the answer is, why is that? Why are the temporal lobes not as black? Well, because when the machine detects the radiation, the bone around the brain, this is the white, the bone blocks some of the radiation coming out. So it makes it, and so when you go down in the temporal lobes, you see all this bone here, all this white? The temporal lobes always look a little less black on here because you have so much bone around it. You're always going to detect less radiation there. So how can we be sure of that? Well, let me show you how we can be positive. And I'm going to, these are called coronal images, looking straight on at the person's face. Okay, this is the back of the head. We're coming forward. And as we come forward, these are the temporal lobes. And they don't look as black as the rest. Why is that? Well, for the same reason I just showed you on the CAT scan. And I'm going to show you again, just to make this clear. I pushed the wrong button, unfortunately. But this is the CAT scan, and I want to show you those areas. You can see the bone in the temporal lobes. You have much more bone around the temporal lobes. As a result, the temporal lobes are never going to be as black as the rest of the brain. But this is completely normal. There's no areas where there's no blackness. And this is completely normal. There's nothing wrong in the temporal lobes or any other part of the brain for that matter. Where you can see there's no shrinkage. The MRI showed there's no structural abnormality. So this is a normal PET scan. It's eating glucose normally everywhere. You'd be very surprised to see something otherwise with a completely normal MRI of the brain, normal DTI imaging, normal neuroquant showing no shrinkage. It's still possible, but this is completely normal. There's absolutely nothing wrong with the PET scan to show any areas that aren't functioning properly or eating less glucose.
Can I ask you a question, doctor? Is it, in your field, do sometimes less experienced practitioners, will they sometimes make mistakes with the temporal lobes and not interpret that properly?
I don't know about, I guess that was one way of putting it. I think based on your level of experience and training, of course, that influences your ability and expertise in interpreting things. Yes, I've seen people misinterpret things or overinterpret things. Yes, but there's nothing wrong in this case.
And just to double check, I mean, not to double check, but as a doctor, would you also compare the results of the MRI to the results of the PET scan and CAT scan, meaning looking at the temporal lobes in both and comparing them to find if there's any issues?
Yes, they are independent studies, but I was trying to do that now and explain. Yes, the MRI shows nothing wrong with the temporal lobe, no shrinkage, no scarring, nothing wrong on the DTI with the white matter. It wouldn't be impossible to still have something wrong in the temporal lobes on the PET scan, but it's completely normal. They're symmetric, exactly the same on both sides. And that's how it looks in everybody. So if you were going to say this one's abnormal, you'd have to say everybody has an abnormal temporal lobe because that's how it looks in everybody.
Yes, sir. Can I just have one moment, doctor?
Sure.
Doctor, I have no further questions, but Ms. Peoples will be coming up. Thank you, sir.
Sure.
Speakers?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Good morning, Dr. Megan.
Good morning. How are you?
Doing well. All right. So you reviewed the same images as Dr. Snyder. And
I assume so. I can't comment on what he reviewed or if he reviewed them in a different format, but I know he reviewed the same studies. Yes.
all right. And then in terms of the scarring on the left parietal lobe, you're in agreement with Dr. Snyder.
I'm in agreement. There's two areas of scarring there, as I pointed out, and one in the corpus callosum. Correct.
Right. That was my next one. You're in agreement with him that there's scarring on the corpus
So I'm
callosum.
going to object as to continuing to ask in agreement with that doctor. He doesn't know what the doctor came to a conclusion.
He may. Let's see. Let's find out if he does.
I'll repeat the question. You're in agreement with Dr. Snyder about the scarring on the genu of the corpus callosum.
Yes, I pointed that out. Yes.
All right. And that Dr. Snyder is stating that clinical correlation is required to identify if there is a problem with the scarring in these areas that you've identified.
Yes, that's my point. You can't tell by looking at MRI because most of the time, I mean, you could put the caveat, most of the time these are insignificant findings, but yes, you have to correlate clinically. You have to examine a patient because an MRI doesn't tell you if they have any meaning or any significance whatsoever.
All right. So because you and Snyder are both radiologists, you're not actually hands-on dealing with the patient.
That's correct. We read imaging studies. We don't meet the patient. We don't examine the patient. You don't treat an MRI. You treat a patient.
All right. Now, you have no ability, just as Dr. Snyder, to say that this scarring is a result of a in utero accident or event, I should say.
No, I can't tell you what caused it, but the distribution of the findings does narrow it down a little bit. I can tell you certain things that more likely caused it than others. And that's one of the possibilities, but no, I have no way of telling you that's what caused it. That's correct.
All right. And an in utero event, if you could, we all know what it means, but just for the record, if you could explain what that is.
Well, in utero means before you're born. What I was actually suggesting was perinatal, which is one of my areas of expertise. As a pediatric neuroradiologist, I see a lot of babies who at birth have difficulties, meaning right before birth or during birth, there's problems with the birth and the baby doesn't get enough oxygen or blood flow to the brain, in which case the areas that can get damaged are the white matter adjacent to the ventricle like this, or the corpus callosum. These are all susceptible areas. And these areas can get scarring from an injury occurring at birth or around the time of birth. Doesn't necessarily have any meaning clinically, or it may. I don't know about this person's birth history and their childhood, but these can be birth-related injuries where the person had an injury to the brain. But there's no way of knowing that just based on the MRI without having previous imaging, or as you correctly said, clinical correlation where someone's gone through the medical records and examined the patient.
And another word for, and you're gonna have to, I know you'll correct me if I'm wrong, but another word for in utero would be neonatal, meaning this is an injury or an event while the child was still in the womb.
Sure, neonatal, absolutely. That's around the time of birth or before birth, yes.
All right. And these areas of scarring could also be the result of drug use.
They can. Drug use can cause what's called vasculitis, inflammation of the blood vessels. Certain drugs, cocaine and others, are more likely to cause that. And if you get inflammation in your blood vessels, that can cause little areas of microinfarcts or scarring in the brain. Sure.
All right. And it could also be as a result of something to the form of, say, diabetes or high blood pressure.
It can, yes.
All right. And then the one that Dr. Snyder pointed out as a possibility was a traumatic brain injury, a TBI.
Yes, trauma. When you say TBI, that's a broad term, but injury to the brain can cause it, absolutely.
Okay. And again, you wouldn't know what the cause for the scarring is because you're not dealing with a patient, and that's why, and you'll tell me if you're in agreement, this was one of the reasons why Dr. Snyder had requested clinical correlation to see what, if it could be possible to determine what the cause of the scarring
I'm
is.
going to object as to why Dr. Snyder did something, Judge. This doctor's.
I'll sustain as asked. You can rephrase the question.
Okay. The only way, it's a two-part question, but the only way to identify the cause, knowing that it still not be determined, but the only way to identify the cause would be clinical correlation in the terms of a neurologist or a neuropsych following up and examining this individual.
I think you answered the question already, and appropriately so. Even with clinical correlation, we'll never know for sure how they occurred or when they occurred, whether they've been there for 20 years, but we can, by using clinical correlation, which all radiologists recommend in every case, just to be clear, that's nothing unique. We always say that. You always have to take the findings and correlate it with the patient. That's just a standard caveat radiologists say. But you're correct. We'll never be able to tell, even by evaluating the patient, without having other imaging or a definite or a more likely scenario based on the history. There may be more likely scenarios based on the history, but there's nothing that'll ever tell us when they occurred or for sure what caused them. You're correct.
All right. And then looking to the PET scan, I noticed that you said that Dr. Snyder could have misinterpreted the PET scan because he looked at it in color. Were you, or maybe I misheard you, were you saying just in general that individuals could see things differently, or were you addressing Dr. Snyder specifically?
I'm not sure what you meant by the question. I wasn't talking about look at it in color. If you look at it in color, I think I don't know what color someone looked at it. I'm just saying that could create a different look to the images, and then you're going to get different people interpreting it. We all need to have the same images. The only images provided and that were done were black and white. So if someone created color images using their own software or some other protocol, then of course that leaves open to more likely to have variation in the interpretations, which shouldn't occur. It needs to all be interpreted using the same information. That's all I was saying there. But either way, the bottom line is it's a normal study. Changing it to color shouldn't make it abnormal suddenly.
And then with that statement, then normal study. So Dr. Snyder had mentioned that the PET brain had decreased FDG involving the bilateral temporal lobes. Were you in agreement on that?
Not only not in agreement, it's just factually not correct. The temporal lobes here are completely normal. These are the temporal lobes, and the temporal lobes are completely normal. This is what temporal lobes are supposed to look like here. They're completely normal. There's no decreased FDG is the radioactive substance. These are exactly what the temporal lobe should look like. These are the medial temporal lobes. They're completely normal. So no, I'm not in agreement with that. That's not correct.
And let me rephrase, because maybe I addressed the wrong portion of the brain, that the temporal lobes were a little less active than the rest of the brain, but it's still a normal finding.
That's correct. Yes, that's how it's supposed to be. That's how the temporal lobes are supposed to be. And I tried to explain why, because you have more bone around them. They're always going to be less activity there compared to some other parts of the brain on the PET scan, because the detector we use to detect the radiation won't ever detect as much radiation there in anybody. So that's how everybody's brain looks. We don't call everybody's brain abnormal, of course.
So then again, you're in agreement with Dr. Snyder.
No, it's normal. I'm in
Meaning
agreement
that
with the
there's-
findings, but not the conclusion. It's a wrong conclusion, so I'm total disagreement with the conclusion.
Right, meaning that the temporal lobes are a little less active than the rest of the brain, but it's a normal finding.
Exactly. That's how it's supposed to look. So I think if the conclusion is a misinterpretation of the findings.
All right. And in terms of Mr. Mark Wilson, you have, similar to Dr. Snyder, no access to any of his records, childhood or adult, at any point beyond the imaging that you have before you.
I may have access, but I haven't reviewed them. It wouldn't be appropriate as a radiologist. I know your question. I don't mean to be picky, but yes, as a radiologist, I don't review the medical records. That's not the role I play. It's not my expertise. I just review the imaging and tell you what the imaging shows, and that's separate from the records. But there is a clinical part that, of course, you have to examine the patient, not just the imaging. You're correct.
And that you would leave to another expert.
Clearly, yes.
All right. And lastly, then earlier with the state, you had mentioned that we all have scarring, especially over 650 and definitely over 60. That's correct?
Correct.
Okay, no further questions, Your Honor.
No redirect, Judge.
All right, thank you, Dr. Nagan. That'll complete your testimony. You're free to go. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, see, it's just text replies and say another $1,000. Do you know what your air notebook costs every year?
I know.
$950. I took him for, he was our professor, yeah.
All right, we're here on defense's motion to limit testimony by state expert Dr. Blumer.
Sorry, Your Honor, I was under the impression that we're moving first on the defense motion regarding Dr. Meadows. I believe that's what the state was prepared for.
Well, Dr. Meadows is next, so I thought we were gonna proceed ahead and lay the foundation, and if she has any objections. Otherwise, I'm doing it twice, but
Yeah.
I can proffer it. For my-
Well, clarify what you mean.
I'm just saying, like, he's testifying to a lot of things other than just antisocial, so. I'm not lay his foundation and hearing as anything from the jury, but whatever.
In terms of his credentials, I'm not disputing that in this motion. It's his opinion on memory and emphasis personality.
I'm saying you're not disputing it, but I still need to lay a record for both this court and potentially other courts as the qualifications.
We need to call him in, which depends where we stipulate the qualifications.
He's here.
Yes.
I'm just asking if we need to put it on.
Defense is sticking to his qualifications for the purpose of this motion, and the focus is his opinion, testimony, and memory, and emphasis personality.
State, you want to present Dr. Meadows?
Sure. So call Dr. Meadows.
Good morning, Aaron.
Good morning. Dr. Meadows. Take a seat there. Yes, can you speak directly to that mic? Or can I show you? Yes.
Solemnly swear affirm that the testimony shall live in this call should be true, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Doctor, if you would go ahead and state your full name for the record.
My name is William Robert Meadows.
Yes.
You may proceed.
Dr. Meadows, they're stipulating your qualifications, but just briefly, what is your degree and what can you do for a living?
I have a PhD in clinical psychology from the Florida State University, with specializations in forensics and addictions. As far as my occupation, I'm currently employed, self-employed full-time as a consulting forensic psychologist, where I provide psychological evaluations for the judicial system. I'm also an adjunct faculty member at Orange Park Medical Center, where I teach seminars to medical doctors who are in their residency, psychiatrists. And I also have recently started training medical residents by them observing examinations and supervising them, so basically preparing them for a specialization in forensics.
And how long have you been conducting evaluations as a forensic psychologist?
I've been doing forensic assessments since, I believe, my first practicum would have been, 1992. So 30 years.
Yes, sir. And you heard essentially the focus of this hearing, so I want to direct you right to those points. As a clinical psychologist, and more specifically, your role as a forensic psychologist, what is your education, training, and experience that would allow you to opine on memory generally?
Well, a psychologist is trained in memory. It's one of the most common psychological issues that we look at. Every mental status examination, you're assessing for memory. As far as my training at Florida State University, I had specific graduate seminars or classes in learning and memory. I was trained to administer the most common memory scale called the Wexler memory scale. I did a postdoctoral fellowship in forensic psychology at the Harvard Medical School, which is one of the top medical schools in the country. During that fellowship, we routinely assessed for memory, utilized the Wexler memory scale, intelligence testing. We're trained to administer that has scales for memory. And so literally every evaluation that I do, there is an assessment of short-term memory, long-term memory.
If you're not using a specific objective test, what else are you doing within that evaluation to measure that?
Yeah, I mean, you only do objective tests if there's a need to do an objective test. So the analogy would be if you go to your primary care physician and you're not showing evidence of heart abnormalities, you're not complaining of heart abnormalities, the doctor isn't going to order an echogram. So initially what you do is assess through the mental status, essentially how well people can remember information, how well they can stay on task, their orientation, such as date, who their attorney is, what quarter they're in, where their charges are. That's all assessing for memory.
What about when you ask for historical information? Are you trying to judge whether they?
Yes, ma'am. You would ask for any history of head injuries, any history of prior amnestic episodes, to see if, especially in forensic cases, to see if there really is any history of any blackout periods and so forth.
And in cases such as this, when several experts have evaluated an individual and maybe other tests already exist, do you often look at that data yourself, the raw data, and look at that in the totality with your evaluation?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you comparing any testing data to what you're actually observing with a human being in an interview?
Yeah, not just observing in the interview, but also relating it to the offense. And so if somebody is opining that certain psychological factors contribute to an offense, it's important to not only review the psychological factors, but to get into the details of the offense to see if there was any relevancy.
And are things like how that person you're evaluating, any information you can get outside your evaluation, like recordings about the offense, if there's video, whatever's relevant at the time, is that all important in making the overall determination about a particular memory?
The collateral data is very important because not all defendants are credible when facing serious consequences. Plus, if they have a criminal lifestyle, there usually is a pattern of deceit throughout their life. So you can't just evaluate somebody based on their self-report. So you want to look at other bits of information. And again, in a case you want to tie it specifically to the offense as much as you can, because somebody may have a disorder that didn't relate at all to their actions during the offense. So it would be really inappropriate to say somebody has these impairments and not even assess what was going on with the person thinking, how they're discussing an offense. Are there any signs that the person may not be completely credible? You got to connect the two.
Is it standard practice in your field of forensic psychology to take self-report at face value, or are you supposed to do something with that information?
No, we're trained in forensics to not take it at face value because there's a clear incentive for individuals to malinger, which means to either fake or exaggerate psychiatric symptoms, or they may be deceptive about what occurred at the time of the event because they're worried it's how it's going to impact the evaluation and ultimately the sentencing hearing. So Yeah, any textbook in forensics is going to tell you that, is that you don't accept at face value what a criminal defendant is telling you.
I want to move on to, in this case, you obviously made opinions about memory issues, which you would opine on. In addition to that, you made an opinion, or some comment about antisocial characteristics, traits, the disorder. Can you talk about what the criteria for antisocial personality disorder is, and then how you came to the conclusion that that applies to Mr. Wilson, this defendant?
Right. Well, I brought the manual. We use the DSM-5, and you can see it's pretty thick. So I don't know of any mental health professional that has this whole text memorized. But as far as antisocial personality disorder, generally the criteria are such that you want to see some evidence of a cognitive disorder in their juvenile years prior to age 15. Personality disorder you cannot diagnose until somebody's reaches adulthood at age 18. There's a pattern of deceitfulness, criminal conduct, antisocial behaviors, lack of remorse, interpersonal problems, failing to be responsible, showing periods of aggressiveness, being impulsive. Those are all characteristics that you would look for in diagnosing antisocial personality disorder.
Okay. And so as it relates to Mr. Wilson, I think that last sort of list you discussed goes under the diagnostic criteria A, which is the pervasive pattern of disregard for and violation of rights of others occurring since 15. So this is into adulthood. And as indicated by 3 or more of all of those examples that you just looked at. So what did you see in all of the records, your evaluation, everything you looked at, that applies to Mark Wilson as to that diagnostic criteria?
Well, I reviewed a number of depositions from witnesses, and I conducted the clinical interview. There were a number of records that were sent to me. So it was and then I administered psychological testing that gets into conduct-related problems in childhood and also provides a basis to diagnose for antisocial personality disorder.
And how does he meet these criteria specifically?
So I didn't have school records on him, but I did see that there was a deposition from a former stepbrother that grew up with him. And that person indicated that Mr. Wilson had been engaging in stealing behaviors and described quite a bit of fighting in childhood. I asked, one way too is to ask the defendant, do you have any history of juvenile arrest? Well, in my evaluation, he essentially was defensive in a number of areas, including this one, and said that he couldn't remember, wasn't sure if he'd ever been arrested as a juvenile. He could remember a number of other details in his life, and that's a pretty salient event to forget, is a juvenile arrest. I don't know what his history was, but he wouldn't, I don't think he was forthcoming about it. So what I had then was that witness stating that he observed would be considered conduct-related problems. So without school records or psychiatric records, you got to do the best you can with what you have.
The criteria that says evidence of conduct disorder onset before age 15, that's not a requirement that a doctor had diagnosed him before 15, right? What do you?
No, the criteria isn't that he has been diagnosed with a conduct disorder in the past. It's just that there's evidence of conduct disorder. And once people start getting older into adulthood, you start losing school records and so forth. So, even juvenile arrest records, many times you can't get them. So, a lot of it too is interviewing the defendant, seeing what they come up with, and then providing testing that can also zero in on a personality disorder.
And did he discuss with you, and you also see elsewhere, a pattern of using illegal substances in his juvenile years?
Yes, he himself admitted to that, and there was testimony from at least one witness that described substance use, and that also would be consistent with a conduct disorder in childhood.
And then the bigger of the, he's obviously 18 years old. You didn't find that any of this antisocial behavior is happening because he's schizophrenic or bipolar, right? That would apply to him.
There's absolutely no evidence that he has a mental illness.
And then so the pervasive pattern that continues through adulthood, what other things, so now moving into adulthood, everything else you know about Mark Wilson contributes to your diagnosis of antisocial?
Well, people who have extreme antisocial personality usually have a history of multiple incarcerations. So this now would be his third time in prison. So that in of itself is a pretty significant factor that's consistent with the diagnosis of antisocial personality disorder. There's also a pattern of, sorry.
No, I was going to say deceit. Is there evidence of that?
Deceitfulness, yes. I was reading through the records, family members had talked about him being a problem. I talked to him specifically about a violation of probation, and this is what antisocial people do. So he, as part of his probation, he was required to take a urine test to test for substances. So he admitted what he did was brought in a device that had somebody else's urine to the probation officer so that he could try to deceive the probation officer to not violate him on probation, essentially using somebody else's urine because he knew he would test positive. That's antisocial in nature. That's deceitfulness. That goes into the diagnosis.
And then throughout this case, could you see more evidence of lying and being deceitful surrounding this homicide?
In my opinion, based on his inconsistencies and his selective memory for primarily things that would be negative for him in a sentencing hearing, but he can remember things that could be perceived as positive for him. Yes, I believe that he was deceitful in my exam. I also asked him about his initial interview with the police officer. He had told me he already knew that these two boys were dead, and that he lied to police when they first interviewed him. So, yeah, I would say there is a pattern of deceitfulness.
And I know we wouldn't necessarily get into this in front of the jury, but to the court's consideration, lack of remorse and being indifferent as, you know, hurting people is a criteria of this. Can you speak to the court about what you observed?
It's a major factor related to antisocial individuals, is that they don't experience remorse for their actions. And that is entirely clear in this case if you look at the evidence. This individual, after having killed these two people, went out and started doing personal things for himself. Has created, in my opinion, a fabrication related to the offense of not being able to remember it. That's a common sign of malingering. When I met with him and discussed the victims in this case, I saw absolutely no signs of remorse, no feeling. What I saw was evasiveness, defensiveness. If somebody truly has remorse, you know, they'll process the event. And then even related to the offense itself, he had indicated to me that he was fully aware that the kids were deceased when he went on to do activities in the community and lied to police that same day. I mean, people are antisocial, that's what they do. It's such this type of event, for people who aren't antisocial, I mean, people who are antisocial typically don't show these kind of extreme behaviors, but even after they do, they have some kind of emotional attachment to it. And I didn't observe that in this case.
Is there a difference psychologically for you diagnosing someone in just admitting, yeah, I did something, and what you're talking about? Like, are you know, do sometimes people actually show remorse and logically process what they've done, or does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, the people that I see as generally remorseful, they're not selective in what they decide to talk about in the examination. You know, they are fully appreciative of what they did. They're willing to disclose even the things that would be perceived negatively. There's some emotional attachment to this. When we got into the offense, that's when he became extremely evasive and defensive, and he even wanted to stop the examination.
He asked us to stop meeting with you.
Yeah, we were getting into the offense, and I was confronting him with some inconsistencies, and at that point, I could tell he was frustrated, and just basically started saying, "I don't remember that. I don't remember this. I don't remember that." And then he wanted to leave the examination. He just wanted to completely terminate the examination. Basically, I think he said, "You know, well, I've been found guilty anyway, so what I can do this."
Did his attorney try to talk him back into cooperating with you?
Yes. Yeah. So I explained to him. I said, "Look, I can't force you to meet with me, but I can interpret your not wanting to meet at this point, in a way that may not be favorable for you in court, and I would have to tell the court that you stopped the interview and at what point you stopped it and why I felt like you stopped it." And then his attorney advised him several times that she thought it would be best for him to continue with the examination. So he did, but the defensiveness remained.
And then you administered the MMPI 2, which, why did you administer that? What were you trying to do?
So the MMPI 2 has a corrections profile, because the MMPI 3 is now available, and many practitioners are moving over to it. But the MMPI 3 that's scored through a QLocal system isn't up to date yet with the correctional profile. So I gave him the MMPI 2 because he's post conviction. And the reason I gave it to him was to assess for antisocial personality disorder, because it gets into child conduct related problems, and it actually tells you, yeah, this person seems to be antisocial personality disorder. So that, and then also just to rule out any I didn't see any psychiatric problems in the eval, but I still gave him an instrument that would indicate if there were psychiatric problems.
And the court's already heard it, and you said that the results were invalid. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, well, the MMPI has validity scales, so it tells you how somebody approached the test, whether they were basically being forthcoming and honest, or if they were minimizing problems in denial, let's say. And then the third actually more outcomes. The third one would be that they're exaggerating, and it gives you a degree. It could be mild exaggeration, it could be severe exaggeration. And so in this case, and then with the MMPI, you have to correlate it to your examination. So, for example, if I were to read an invalid MMPI by another practitioner, I can't say, because wasn't there and it didn't assess them, I can't say that it was due to deliberate exaggeration, or it was because he was confused, or because he was distressed. So the clinician who actually administered the MMPI has that data available because they conducted the test and met with the defendant. So he elevated that fake scale. I mean, it was the highest he could really be. And it was a clear indication, consistent with his presentation during the examination, that he was not being credible on the test itself, that he was exaggerating to a substantial degree his problems.
I think that's it as far as the suggestion.
Thank you. So, good morning, Dr. Meadows.
Good morning, ma'am.
Now, I'm just gonna start at the end and move back up. So you had mentioned that the MMPI score was consistent with the exaggeration.
Yes,
And in the interview, he admitted to the homicide.
he says that based on everything, he thinks he kills. He thought he killed these kids.
Did he admit to the homicides or not in the interview?
In the way that I just explained it, yes.
Was that not the response that he gave when you asked for details about the homicide, that he's consistently said he doesn't remember?
No, there's aspects right after, leading up to this and right after that he did remember. And then there were certain aspects that he said he did not remember.
Yes.
And they weren't sequential. So it's not like he said he didn't remember this part, but then could remember this, then didn't remember this, and then could remember that. So that's not typically how an amnestic episode works.
A what episode?
Amnestic amnesia.
And he confirmed that he was convicted of these two homicides.
Yes, ma'am.
And he wasn't lying about that.
No,
He wasn't lying about getting coffee there.
I'm sorry.
He wasn't lying about the coffee and the other activities there,
That he did after he killed the kids.
before and after.
Um,
Let me rephrase it, because I added
Right.
one question. Was he lying about the activities before the homicide?
it's unclear, certain things that he said. His present, for example, he claimed to be on a 2-day binge of methamphetamine and that he used it that morning. I reviewed the audio recording with the police officer just hours after he reportedly used meth. I didn't see any signs of somebody that was on meth. I've seen people on meth coming into jails, and I just didn't see that with the officer. There were no signs that this person, his speech was not slurred. He was able to.
Dr. Meadows, let me rephrase the question, because I think you missed what I asked you. Was he lying about his activities before the homicide?
Again, I'm trying to explain that, is that it's unclear because, like I said, he claims that he used this meth heavily, but then when I actually looked at the audio recordings, I didn't see signs of disturbances related to methamphetamine use. And then the behaviors that he engaged in, he had his infant daughter with him. He had gone to a medical appointment where apparently he didn't show any significant problems at all. Went shopping, so his report of using methamphetamine is inconsistent with his actions and his speech just hours after he said he used it.
Okay, so then the medical appointment was a truthful statement.
I believe so, because that his fiance had indicated that they went there, and so that's my understanding. And the shopping, he went and bought donuts, and I don't know what else.
So that was true.
It appeared to me, based on the data and that was in the arrest reports and deposition and so forth.
Now, in terms of the lack of remorse, you're saying that during the interview with you, some 2 years later, correct? Because the homicide was in August of 2020.
Yes, ma'am.
So some 2 years later, he was with you, and you're stating that he had no signs of remorse in that interview.
Correct.
So you were looking for tears in the interview 2 years later.
No, I didn't even say that. I'm looking for somebody that actually admits to and accepts responsibility for what they did. And just saying, well, yeah, I thought I might have killed him, to me is not acceptance. And then when it comes to actually specific behaviors that tie him to the offense, such as hiding a knife, hiding a hammer, wrapping them, that he doesn't remember that, but he can remember going to get donuts. That's to me a sign that somebody is not remorseful for killing 2 children.
So you saw the video interview back in August with Mr. Wilson and Detective Messina.
The audio, yes, ma'am.
And in the video, he was tearful and crying.
At one point, that's correct.
And he was engaged in a few conversations with Officer Higginbotham. Those are the 3 recordings that you heard?
Yes, ma'am.
If you recognize me, okay. So he's with Officer Higginbotham and insists on holding his daughter as if it's the last time. Recall that?
I don't remember the last time. I don't remember that part.
You recall the officer engaging him on, he's still holding on to his daughter.
Yes.
And that he did for all 3 interviews with Officer Higginbotham.
That may be. I didn't know it was for all 3, but I was aware that while talking to the officer, at some point he had his daughter with him.
So in terms of the diagnostic on an antisocial personality disorder, the conduct, the evidence of conduct disorder before the age of 15, you're relying on statements of Travis Gilbert. Is that correct?
In part, yes.
Okay. And a juvenile arrest, or at least contact with law enforcement as a juvenile?
Well, I asked him about that.
And he wasn't clear with you about his contact with law enforcement?
It was surprising that he wouldn't know if he was arrested as a child for juvenile.
And are you aware that he had law enforcement at his home at the age of 3 and several times before the age of 12, and again several times even at the age of 13, not to arrest him, but to remove him from his parents from time to time? You know that.
I know he had a troubled childhood, and I wouldn't doubt that.
So, because you're mentioning his lack of knowledge of all the times he had contact with law enforcement, to this day, he still can't count out how many times he's been in contact with law enforcement. On that issue. You understand?
Yeah, but I mean,
So part of what you're relying on for the conduct disorder before the age of 15 is the statement of Travis Gilbert, and then substance use and his lack of knowledge about his juvenile context and law.
that, and I attempted to give him an instrument that would assess for these issues, and he essentially faked his way through the instrument.
And how do you know he faked his way through these?
Because the instrument results say that that's what he did. There's validity scales, they were off the charts.
So I'm not sure if you were in court, but I believe you were this morning that Travis Gilbert testified.
I was here for the radiologist of it.
So Gilbert testified in clarification that the theft that you're relying on is food. And it wasn't in terms of conduct disorder that it's a.
Yeah, we're gonna object, that's not the full characterization of his testimony. He wasn't.
You'll have a chance to revisit that on redirect. You may proceed.
So in terms of the theft, it wasn't in terms of conduct disorder in the manner of breaking into someone's home, a building or a car. And it wasn't in the manner of a large amount or a non-trivial amount. He's talking about Pokemon cards as an example.
And that's all you need. If the criteria isn't, he has to go steal a Porsche. The criteria is theft.
Right? So-
Stealing is stealing, and some kids steal and many kids don't.
Right, but it's stolen, and I'm looking at diagnostic criteria, age 12, stolen items of non-trivial value without confronting the victim. So he's not stealing large amounts.
Again, it doesn't make a difference.
And it doesn't make a difference to you then that he's stealing at the end of the course of, in terms of, it's for food. So after they couldn't fish for dinner, I see look on your face, you didn't hear it. So the stealing came at the end of the course of, they couldn't fish for dinner, and the neighbors couldn't provide dinner, and then they would steal so they could get food to eat. That context makes no difference to you.
That's, again, the criteria is stealing. And that's not the only thing I relied on. There's reports that he was fighting quite a bit. And like I said, I didn't have school records. And I also tried to administer testing to him that would get into these issues, but he deprived me of the opportunity because he basically malingered his way through that testing.
That he sat for over an hour.
Correct.
I'll get to that in a second.
Okay.
But looking towards the conduct disorder that you're saying existed before the age of 15, that Travis Bilberry that you're relying on is identifying that the theft is for, not for personal gains, but for food.
Object, ask and answer.
Again, I don't,
1 second, I didn't finish the question. So if
Okay.
it's not for personal gain, and then the fighting that you're describing, and I'm trying to just, inform you as to what Mr. Bilberry said, is that the fighting is more in terms of, in terms of brothers. Meaning this isn't fighting in terms of breaking noses and things of that nature.
I'm gonna object. She is asking questions.
Based on conduct.
It's not what she's based on conduct issue, which is different than antisocial.
Correct, but antisocial disorder is based on finding people, right? Conduct disorder before the age of 15. So that's why I'm going to conduct disorder. So without a finding of conduct disorder before the age of 15, you don't have the necessary criteria for antisocial personality disorder. That's why I'm asking you this, because that's really where I'm focusing.
okay, and I'm again gonna state this. Clearly he has antisocial traits. I do believe that he likely has an antisocial personality disorder based on the extremity of these behaviors. Part of not being able to fully assess conduct disorder was because your client was uncooperative with testing. So that limits the ability of the examiner to actually look at juvenile conduct-related problems when the person's not being honest on a psychological instrument. I also didn't have school records. I didn't have juvenile court records. He did admit to substance abuse in his juvenile years, and then his stepbrother reported there was frequent physical fights. Doesn't matter if you break a nose or not, the criteria is physical fights, and that there was stealing. And it doesn't matter what he was stealing. The fact that he was stealing falls under that. So it would have been nice if he would have taken the MMPI in an honest manner, because I think it would have come out as antisocial personality disorder, but your own client prevented it.
So again, I'm going to come say, I know you keep coming back to it. I'm totally going to address that with you in a moment. But so you're in agreement, or at least you're stating that he doesn't meet the diagnostic criteria for antisocial personality disorder.
I believe he does, but as far as the conduct, you don't need to have a diagnosed conduct disorder to diagnose somebody's antisocial personality disorder. So he doesn't have to have a record of conduct disorder. There has to be, in your assessment, signs that in his juvenile years, he showed conduct-related problems. Now I've got a defensive defendant that I'm examining, and then on a test, he invalidates the test. So he limited the ability to actually look into childhood conduct-related problems. But certainly the deposition of his stepbrother is consistent with there being a conduct disorder.
Dr. Meadows, today, as we sit here and you're sworn, your testimony is sworn that you understand that Mark Wilson Jr. does not meet the diagnostic criteria. Well, you've got your reasons, I understand, but he does not meet the criteria for antisocial personality disorder.
I believe he does.
But a moment ago, you said he doesn't because he didn't complete the MMPI.
That's not what I said.
All right, so let me go back to the actual disorder. What's the pervasive pattern that you're addressing?
I don't understand your question.
You have to have a persistent and repetitive conduct disorder pattern. You've identified theft before the age of 15, even though it's been explained to you. And you've identified fighting, again, which has been explained to you. Based on the statement of, and I understand you didn't feel various further explanation for conduct disorder. And that's what you're relying on for your finding of antisocial personality disorder.
And again, his admission of substance abuse back in childhood. I also tried to give him an instrument that would assess for this. He was not cooperative with the instrument. And I already explained to this court that I don't have juvenile records, so we got to do the best we can. Certainly an adult, he has been displaying qualities of an antisocial personality disorder, and there is some evidence of conduct disorder in childhood. So in my opinion, given everything and the attempt to test him, yeah, I believe that he has an antisocial personality disorder.
All right, so turning to the MMPI. Now, that test, sorry, you did the MMPI too.
Correct.
And that test is normed for a large portion of the population. Is that fair to say?
For a large portion of subgroups, yes, ma'am.
All right, and then the two, it's including the subgroup of incarcerated persons.
I gave him the correct, I scored it with the corrections profile.
And with that corrections profile, then, is it norm for individuals that are facing the death penalty?
Not specifically, it's normed on individuals who are in corrections.
Correct, individuals in corrections in general.
Yes.
Okay, so it's not norm for individuals facing the death penalty, is what you're agreeing on. So the follow-up is it norm for individuals facing the death penalty the day after they were convicted of 2 counts of homicide?
It was, I'm not sure if there were people in the normative sample in that situation. It really doesn't make a difference.
So you don't think there's a difference between an individual facing, let's say, incarcerated on a trespass versus an individual incarcerated on the death penalty?
As it relates to the MMPI, no.
And in terms of the design of that test, then, including those norms, that it's, some of those questions are geared towards understanding if the individual is under certain stressors, or I'm sorry, that's not the phrase I'm looking for. It's to assist the practitioner in diagnosing the individual if they have any psychotic features.
Yes, the MMPI diagnosed for various mental disorders, depression, anxiety, psychotic disorders, bipolar disorders. It also has measures for personality disorders, including antisocial. It's got PTSD scales. It's got addiction scales.
So in terms of, you provided that to, the MMPI to, the day after Mr. Wilson was convicted of 2 counts of murder.
Objection, that's not actually correct, because no staff. She was there. She was examined on the 19th.
Yeah. The jury came back with a guilty verdict on the 17th.
On the 13th. And by rule, he's not allowed to examine until right after, and generally within 48 hours. So I don't think that's a fair question.
So it's in the close period then.
Go ahead and rephrase it, please.
So the testing that you did was close in time to his conviction.
Within a few days, yes.
So then, I think you've identified there's multiple scales on the MMPI too.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. What are the purpose of the F scales?
Yeah, I'm not, just a second, I'm not, are we now challenging the MMPI?
No, just his reliance on it.
The F scale is basically a fake bad scale. This, in layman's terms, it's somebody who, if they score high on it, most of the time it's because they're exaggerating, it's not outright lying about symptoms. But you need to assess that in conjunction with how the inmate presents. So I asked him a number of questions about how he was functioning emotionally, but right before he took the NMPI.
Meaning right before,
Within 30 minutes or maybe an hour, I asked him if he was having any emotional difficulties. He denied it. Denied any real depression or anxiety. Other than his tapping his foot at times during evaluation, I didn't see any signs of emotional distress. I mean, that tapping foot is pretty common in exams. So I had him read an item off the NMPI. He wasn't stuttering. He wasn't having any problems. He took the test quietly. Initially, he didn't want to take it. He refused it, and you convinced him to take it. But so the only interpretation there is, because I was the one who was there, is that he was exaggerating in an extreme manner and more than likely feigning symptoms on the test.
so then he denied any depression and he denied any anxiety.
Correct.
And first he refused and then he did accept and took the prison.
The refusals came when we started talking about his killing kids. And when I was able to put together a sequence that showed inconsistencies in his statements about his recall, that's when he decided he no longer wanted to do it. Then what I got after that was just a few minutes of, I don't remember this, I don't remember that, I don't know that, I don't know this. And then we moved on to testing, and he basically didn't want to do it, says that he was done. That he had already been convicted. What's the point of doing it? And then you convinced him that you thought it was in his interest to go ahead and do it.
So then turning to the F scales then, is that the basis that the MMPI has been evaluated?
That's correct. He once you get so high on faking bad, you can't interpret it because he literally endorsed every possible symptom, most of the symptoms that's on the MMPI, and human beings aren't like that.
Now, did you go through the F scales and check individually if those answers are true?
I'm sorry, I don't
Did you
understand.
look at the actual questions in the F scale that you're relying on to say it's invalid to see if those answers are true?
That doesn't make any sense. That's not something you would do on an MMPI.
I'm going to ask you to turn to question number 241.
Question number 241,
Yes,
from where?
on the MMPI.
I don't have the MMPI. And I gotta tell you, this is not how you interpret an MMPI. You cannot look at individual items.
If the questions on the very scale that you're saying invalidated the test are asking questions in the nature of, are you often being looked at by strangers or talked about? When he's in trial and he's in the news and he has strangers watching him and he answers truthfully, and that then invalidates the test, shouldn't that be something that you would look at to determine?
Absolutely not. What you're suggesting is a complete violation of the MMPI. You do not look at individual items in the manner that you're doing. So no, any psychologist would not look at one item and say, oh, he's being truthful. Oh, this item is not being truthful. What the MMPI is it's a constellation of 567 items, and it's comparing it to how other people responded to test items. So you can't say, oh, he's being truthful for this item, and you have to interpret it as he interpreted this item to mean that. That's not how an objective instrument works.
And that's something you wouldn't do.
No, that's something that any psychologist who practiced ethically and within standard practice would do.
Meaning you would not look to the F scale that you're saying invalidated.
I'm not objecting, just answer this, and she's saying argumentative.
What you interpret is the F scale. What you're suggesting If I were to do that and start interpreting individual items, I could have a complaint against the licensing board against me because that's completely inappropriate. You do not interpret an MMPI like that.
So to be clear, we did not look at the individual question.
No, I did it the way the MMPI is supposed to be done.
And the S scale on the MMPI 2 that was high was not the only one, correct? There were other scales that were very high.
When you do an MMPI, if the F scale is going to be elevated, the clinical scale, they're going to be elevated because the person's faking. So again, the F scale is a validity indicator, and his was so high that you cannot interpret anything in this in the MMPI, and the computer interpretation tells you that because it's so exaggerated.
Did you, can you describe what else he scored high or highest on, since it wasn't the F scales?
Do you have that MMPI on you? You don't have to look at it.
Yeah, I think that was the shared with attorneys, shared between practitioners. I'm not sure what this people.
Your Honor, he's identifying that he's relying on a deposition that has been clarified and a test that he's identified as being invalid by F scales that now we're understanding he did not look into. I think it's a fair case to ask him, since that's the basis of his opinion of antisocial personality disorders on the MMPI 2, along with the interview and the deposition that inquiry is made into this area.
So I don't understand why you're going down this road.
Because that's what he's relying on.
Hang on, it's my turn.
I don't understand why you're going down this road. He's already said that the way this test is designed, that when you get an invalid scale, it invalidates the test results. There's nothing else that can be determined from it. Am I correct?
That's correct.
All right. So full stop, end of mission. The test is no good. You might as well toss it in the trash can. It gives you no diagnostic criteria. It gives you no diagnostic results because he ethically, following the design of the test, and I assume he's not one of the designers, following the design of the test, it has reached its useful end. You want to inquire into the individual scales, but if what I'm hearing is correct, and again, we're going back to the legal piece here, he has followed the accepted methodology of using this test as an expert, and he has hit the end of its validity for him to interpret from. And I know what you want to get out of that, because he's relying partially on this deception on the MMPI as one of his other diagnostic criteria. You're trying to show that the test may not have worked, and there may be other bases for not accepting it. But from what I'm hearing from Dr. Meadows, and this is why I kind of agree with Ms. Dunn, there's nothing more that can be done with that test at this point.
And that's where I was on agreement until in deposition and now in court, he's now opining and relying on the various tests that's been invalidated. So
I don't know that he's, maybe I'm not hearing it right. What I'm hearing is he's saying, she's sitting right here, so it must be kind of odd to have us talking about that. But what I'm hearing is my diagnosis, my diagnostic impression, perhaps, and nobody's asked this question. Sometimes a psychiatrist or a psychologist comes out with what they would call a rule-out diagnosis, which is a working theory that they have not fully developed because of a variety of reasons. And I haven't heard that term used here today, but in the back of my mind, I'm kind of thinking this sounds kind of like a rule-out theory of APD, antisocial personality disorder. And here's why I can't, and here's one of the reasons why I can't rule it in or out is the MMPI was invalidated, which is one of the instruments that we use to try to evaluate that. And you're trying to, and I don't fault you for this. You're trying to dig behind that, but I'm not sure that for purposes of in court or even for purposes of testimony from this level of expert, there's any further digging to be done.
Your Honor, if My first issue then with the MMPI-2 is that he's conceding that the test was invalid, but then he's still relying on it to reach his diagnosis.
No, he's not relying on the results of tests. And maybe I'm hearing it wrong, Dr. Meadows. You're not relying on anything the test told you. The test didn't tell you that the sky is blue, that 2 + 2 = 4. The test told you, I can't use this test. Is that correct?
The test told me that when I gave him a test of psychological symptoms, he exaggerated them to such a degree that he invalidated it, that it wasn't, his presentation wasn't genuine. That's the only thing that I can interpret from the test. It's not telling me anything. It would be completely inappropriate to go into individual scales or individual items on an invalid instrument.
And that is one of the elements that goes into your diagnostic conclusion. Simply that that you couldn't use that test and that there was a level of deception indicated.
Correct. During my examination, there was, in my opinion, deceptive statements. His approach to the testing was deceptive. I would have liked to have had a valid test because it does get into this issue that the attorney is asking about related to juvenile conduct disorder. But I was disadvantaged by our own client and he didn't respond truthfully to the test. So I can only rely on what's available to me. And like I said, I didn't have school records. I did have testimony from a stepbrother, which was consistent with conduct disorder. Certainly his adult history is consistent with antisocial personality disorder. So at this point, the evidence to me does suggest an antisocial personality disorder.
Ms. Stevens, go ahead.
So then, Your Honor, again, he said it again, that the MMPI is indicating a level of deception. So he's still relying on this document that's in.
Sure, yes, absolutely. Let's move on.
Okay, so turning to the differential diagnosis and Dr. Nett, you mentioned that there was substance abuse in these youth.
Yes.
And you're aware of Dr. Warner's opinion of also I believe it was a comorbidity, what kid said, for several forms of substance use disorder.
Yeah, I'm not sure about what Dr. Warner's opinion is related to substance abuse.
Do you consider a differential diagnosis of substance abuse?
Yes, I actually diagnosed him with substance abuse disorders.
And you're aware of I understand that you looked at the brother's deposition, but you're aware of other testimony from the other stepsister, meaning Dustin Hilbrey, regarding head injuries along with that of the father.
Head injuries for Mr. Wilson?
Correct.
I'm aware of what he told Mr. Wilson told me, which he denied that he had any history of head injuries.
Right, so let me go back to memory, but I'll touch on that later. So looking at the diagnostic features when you're dealing with a personality disorder, is it true that you are to, if there is, meaning the antisocial personality disorder will come into play, if there's not, meaning those features are not attributable to substance abuse or another medical condition in terms of head trauma?
In my opinion, his antisocial pattern of conduct in adulthood is not directly tied to substances. The substances are part of his personality disorder.
So in terms of another medical condition, you do consider?
I did. I totally considered it. I conducted a mental status exam. I asked him about any psychiatric treatment history, his medical history. So I absolutely considered any type of mental disorder that he may have had.
But isn't it the
I'm gonna object, I believe that was sufficient
I'm sorry?
examination, I'm just gonna object to any continuation, we laid enough groundwork for the court to determine whether he can testify, this is all great for cross-examination. If he's allowed to.
I don't disagree that we probably, at
other questions going to the admissibility?
Your Honor, for Dr. Somebody has to document it. Just two questions on memory and then one more on antisocial personality. You're aware of the testing completed by Dr. Croft?
Yes,
And you're aware that he did objective testing on memory,
the
the Tom?
Tom is not a test of memory, it's a test of malingered memory.
You're aware of Dr. Croft's testing on memory?
The Tom, again, it's a test
Just
of
in general,
malingered memory.
I understand that you're not accepting the Tom as a memory test, but you understand that Dr. Croft is testing.
Well, man, I'm telling the fact. The Tom is not a measure of memory. It is a measure of malingered memory. In fact, it's called the test of malingered memory.
So you're aware he did that?
Yes,
And you're aware that Dr. Croft did other tests on memory?
not at the same time as the Tom, but yes,
And you did no objective testing on that?
I didn't need to.
Okay. And then in terms of the, your opinion on antisocial personality disorder, you are in part relying on the invalid MMPI.
What I can say about the MMPI-2 is that he attempted to deceive the instrument, but that's not the basis to diagnose antisocial personality disorder.
You're not relying on that.
Object. It's
So ma'am,
not
let's
the
move
answer.
on. I understand where it stands on this.
So for the
Let's move on. Any redirect? Please.
Would you agree with Dr. Croft even, that the MMPI-2 is like the gold standard in clinical forensic psychology as far as an instrument?
It's one of the most widely accepted, commonly used instrument in the United States. It's been accepted by the courts since its inception.
Heavily researched? Revised?
Absolutely.
As far as the Tom, the last thing Ms. Peoples got into with you and Dr. Croft's use of it, what was your, because I don't think she fleshed it out, what was your issue with the Tom's administration in comparison to the other tests Dr. Croft did?
Yeah, there's several issues, honestly. First off, the Tom was administered, I think, weeks after he did the other test, which is completely inappropriate in a test battery. You have to do a test of malingering at the time that you're doing other instruments. You cannot wait weeks to then do a malingering instrument. I'm not sure why Dr. Croft would do that, but I'm not a neuropsychologist, but when there's a neuropsych issue, I refer it to a neuropsychologist. I get the report kind of like the radiologist. He just reads it and then provides results. So what I do in my practice, if I think there's a neuropsych issue, get a neuropsychologist to do the neuropsych testing and then send the report to me, okay? And I know enough about how neuropsych is done through my trainings that you have to administer the malingering measure at the time that you're administering neuropsych instruments, because so many things can change within those weeks. I've seen where people malinger one day and the next day they don't. So that was one of the two major concerns I had when I reviewed the testing.
What was the other one?
The other one is I don't think his initial test results are valid. There are multiple references in that testing that this individual was highly distracted during testing. That is a major confound when it comes to intelligence testing and memory testing. Memory and attention are two different phenomena. So if somebody's easily distracted during testing, that typically is going to deflate test scores. And that's reflected in his intelligence test results. He scored in the borderline range of intelligence, which is inconsistent with his adaptive function in the community, his educational history, his employment history, and also inconsistent with the manner that he presented in the examination. His vocabulary, his fundamental knowledge is in the average range, not in the borderline range. But regardless, if you have a highly distracted examinee You really should not be administering neuropsych testing at that point. You have to address the distractibility first and try to get them at an optimal performance. If somebody's highly distracted during testing, they're not performing optimally.
And that was information you got from Dr. Croft and his team and the raw data. That's not you saying that, you weren't there.
Yeah, my understanding was Dr. Kropp didn't actually administer the test. They had an assistant do it, and the assistant wrote multiple times that the examinee was distracted, highly distractible. I would, and I've gotten a number of cases from defense, prosecutors, judges, looking for intelligence testing, and it might be a kid and he's ADHD and he's not taking his psychostimulant medication, so he's totally distracted. I can't give him an intelligence test at that point because intelligence is not just based on somebody's ability to attend to information. But if you're so distracted that you can't attend to an interview or what have you, you can't really focus on test results. You're going to get invalid test results.
Thank you.
To follow up on that, that's actually one of my questions. If there's a history or at least some indication of an attention deficit disorder, whether it be hyperactive or another form, would that argue against administering any of these tests, or would there have to be adaptations?
Yes, so the issue is, how are they presenting at the time of testing? So if they have a history of ADHD and it's controlled by medication, then and you feel like they can attend to test items, then you can go ahead and do testing. But if they're distracted for whatever reason, it may not even be due to ADHD. Maybe they're nervous. It could be other reasons. You don't want to give somebody who's highly distractible a test of intelligence or neuropsych battery, because that distractibility, these tests are totally dependent on somebody showing their best performance. Intelligence test, neuropsych test, all of that, and people can malinger it. And that's why you give the malingering test at the time that you do the neuropsych testing, not weeks later. But what I saw as far as the notations by this assistant, there were multiple notations of high distractibility. And then I saw that IQ score. I'm like, that doesn't make sense. This individual doesn't have borderline intelligence. So it's consistent with deflated IQ scores.
You had mentioned one of the issues that you had was lack of remorse. Let me ask you a little bit of a complex question here.
Yes, sir.
That your concern was that he expressed lack of remorse because he became evasive and asked about the actual event. Now, since 1787, we've had a Fifth Amendment that says the defendant is allowed to remain silent in court. They get instructed of that by the police when they're arrested. They get instructed at first appearance. They get instructed at their arraignment. They hear it various times. If you watch any TV show involving a law enforcement officer, you'll hear the so-called Miranda warnings. Their lawyer probably tells them, don't talk to anybody about this offense. Has anybody done any study, or is any indication that pervasive inoculation of don't say nothing about this offense could lead to a distorted result when you start asking about remorse or something?
I'm not aware of any specific study related to that particular issue. I can tell you anecdotally, after doing this for 30 years, including a number of murder cases, whether or not there were death penalty cases or not, and you see a variety of people all the way from complete denial to some people who are fully owning up to what they did and are expressing sorrow for what they did, and they might explain it, stressed out at the time, and I realized that I shouldn't have done this. Remorse, there's no real test you can give to say, okay, this guy is highly remorseful, this guy isn't. It is subjective. And what I can say is, after 30 years of doing this, I did not see, as we discussed this, signs of remorse. And to me, when it's not like he was already convicted, his attorney told him to cooperate, that it was in his best interest. He said he thought he killed the kids, but he was so willing to share things that I think externally would be viewed as favorable for him. Had no problems recalling that information, but when it came to the more serious issues as to why we're here, the manner in which he killed these 2 children, the manner in which he tried to cover it up, the manner in which he lied after the fact, that's when you saw him becoming evasive and claiming amnesia for everything, even though it wasn't sequential in nature. So I'm looking at, is this person at least willing to admit to the things that he did? And from what I saw, he was still largely minimizing that. And I would equate that as being consistent with somebody who doesn't have remorse.
And that goes to the last question I had, which was in reference to amnesic episodes. In an unrelated scenario, it's my understanding that somebody can consume enough alcohol to get their blood alcohol level above a certain level. And I've heard or been told that it's 0.15 or 0.20 or something like that. And at that point, the human brain literally shuts down the capability of forming memory. It's the so-called blackout drunk, the person that does not remember anything that happened during the period of blackout drunk. That's not what happened in this case. But it's a scenario that I see play out in some other cases. In an amnesic episode like that, there's a point where the person, they can remember fine up until the point when their brain shuts off. And then they can remember again when their brain turns back on. You're saying in this episode, his memory gaps are too selective and non-sequential, meaning there's not a shut-off time and start-up time. There's like fits and starts. Remembers this, doesn't remember that, remembers this, doesn't remember that, and therefore you're unaware that there's any amnesic episodes that occur like that. Is that
That part is true, but there's even more to it. If he had some type of drug-induced blackout, first off, amphetamine, you'd have to use a high amount of amphetamine to get to that point. There's an interview with him only hours as to after he reportedly used the amphetamine. He's completely coherent, organized in speech. He's spelling things fast, which is inconsistent with somebody that would be so intoxicated with amphetamine. He also went to the store, was able to purchase items, then went to a medical facility with no indications of any kind of impairment. So I'm looking at it more than just, that there's inconsistency in the sequences. Was there really any other kind of cognitive impairment around this time? Because that's what you're going to see. If you're going to have drug-induced memory, it's not just a memory it's going to be affected. I'm sure, the officers you've dealt with, people with amphetamine before, they're rapid in speech, they're sweating profusely, they're not speaking in sensible ways, their motor behavior is hyperactive. There's absolutely no evidence of that in this case. So I don't think there was, if he did use amphetamine, I don't see that he used so much that he would have had an amnestic episode. So I'm taking everything together.
if you assume for a moment that he had used enough amphetamine, and I only used alcohol because it was the one scenario I'm familiar with.
Yes.
Not for self-use. Good recent book there. But let's say for a moment, because he did say that he had been on a 2-day binge, and so there was, let's say there was a substantial use of amphetamine. Would the rest of the sequence of events that you're relying on have been still consistent with that high use?
I don't see this consistent at all. I mean, if you listen to those recordings, especially that initial recording with the officer, like I said, he's spelling names quickly, not slurring in speech. He's not hyperactive. Even in the arrest reports, I believe there was notations by officer that he wasn't impaired. So for somebody to abuse amphetamine for 2 days to the point that they become amnesic and kill 2 children, which even if you look at other evidence, it's not consistent with that because you've got the hiding of the murder weapons. I believe there was testimony by an individual that witnessed them sharpening one of the knives the night before the offense. There's a recorded conversation with his mother into where he actually discusses premeditation for the offense. That's inconsistent with a drug-induced blackout. And then I asked him, I said, you know, and this is where he's selective in his memory. You know, did you say this to your mother? I don't remember, even though when I hear the recording, he's totally coherent and organized. But I asked him, I said, so let's just say you did say this to your mother. Doesn't that reflect premeditation? And he agreed that it did. So there's just all the evidence, when you look at all the evidence converging on it, I don't think he was impaired by amphetamines.
Right, and that leads to my final question, and then I'll let the lawyers ask any follow-up. This actually segues directly into a rather heated conversation that we had yesterday in the court. A lot of the evaluation that you've just done of the sequences is very similar to the evaluation that we traditionally do in the court system and that we ask the jury to perform. Are those same techniques, the correlation, the inconsistency measurement, the contradictions, are those part and parcel of what you were taught as a psychologist to do all of your evaluations? Is that part of your craft and trade? Is that the methodology that you apply as part of your job?
Yes, sir.
It sounds like ours, but I want to make sure that it's part and parcel of your.
Absolutely, Your Honor, and this is what we're trained to do, and this is what forensic textbooks tell us to do. If a psychologist does not, or any expert, does not inquire into what was the thinking, the behaviors, the evidence leading up to, during, and after the offense, and only says, well, this person has this disorder and somehow tries to suggest it's related to offense, that's not a standard level of practice. That's not the way you do forensic assessments. We're supposed to do just like competency, Your Honor. You assess the competency criteria that we assess. So we're coming as a mental health professional with these guidelines, depending on the nature of the test, that we are going to parallel what the fact finder is looking for. That's the whole purpose of a forensic assessment. I think it's completely inappropriate to just do an assessment in a forensic case and not get into the issues as to why we're here.
Ms. Dutton, I'll let you go first with any follow-up questions.
None.
Ms. Peoples, any follow-up questions based on what?
Just briefly,
Please.
So turning to part of what you asked me about was the manner you killed the children.
I'm sorry, man, I can't hear you.
There you go. Thank you.
Part of what you asked me was the manner you killed the children. 2 kids.
Yes, ma'am.
And the answer was in the, I'm not quoting, but in the area of I don't recall, I don't know, something along those.
Correct. He says that he doesn't recall killing.
How is it, meaning, how is it helpful to him to admit to the homicide to law enforcement? Because a moment ago you're saying he's only admitting to things that help him.
I'm not sure I'm following.
And I don't understand how this is responsive to your specific question.
It goes to the issue of the remorse issue, so it is a follow-up.
Yeah, could you refer? I just didn't understand the question.
You're saying that, and I'm not quoting you back, to be fair, that he's only remembering the things that told him.
That's my impression, yes.
How does it help him to remember and tell law enforcement that he took the license to the children?
Well, he initially lied about it to law enforcement and was interviewed 3 times without admitting, knowing that the children's bodies were still in the residence. So eventually, I think the evidence catches up with you, but he's not getting into any details that pins the crime to him or the more no real, I think what people would see, just say negative features of it.
But he admits several times in that same interview that he's responsible.
All he said was, yeah, he thought he killed him based on the evidence, but he did not get into details pertaining to the offense.
Right, and I'm not talking about the viewing, I'm talking about the reporting it
With his mother?
with law enforcement. And his mother.
Yeah, I mean, he initially was deceptive with his mother and she confronted him several times and then he finally admitted to it and talked about the plan. But now he wants to tell me that he doesn't even remember that conversation with his mother.
Then what are the? The purpose of your interview was to address the mitigators of the defensive side, right?
I was asked, yeah, to do basically a capital potential death penalty case, that there were psych experts that had made certain opinions and they wanted a second opinion from him.
But a good portion of your interview was discussing full calculated, the state act.
The issue of obviously premeditation and what you're talking about are aggravators. But in addition to that, those things refute what he's been claiming as a basis for killing these kids. And it also refutes what, he told me the defense, none of the defense experts actually talked to him about the offense. So it's really hard to connect anything that these experts are saying about any type of disorders related to the crime itself. But his explanation, actually the manner in which he explains it, and the inconsistencies and contradictions that he does, also disputes his defense experts' findings.
And you are a forensic psychologist, correct?
Yeah.
That's my last question.
All right, go ahead.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Any follow-up?
No.
All right, thank you. All right, doctor, you can sit down for a moment.
Yes, sir.
Take about a 5-minute recess, then we'll come back in here. Our meeting on this point. Is that?
What time do you think?
I actually went ahead and heard my watch your names.
Thank you.
I'm good.
If we can just probably go in the late lunch.
Well, we have to do a late lunch because I have that 1:30 hearing on Monday.
I think she was meaning just work like.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna push on it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna bring the jury back in here momentarily is my
Let them in the
plan,
restroom.
and go to a truly late lunch for this trial while I handle that other case.
Right, so we'll be able to keep going.
Yeah, we can plan on taking this one up until about 1:15 when I'll need to shut down this feed, go on to another case. So we'll take a later lunch in this case, and then I'll take up that separate one and we'll go on.
Yes, sir.
We'll figure out when the time gets in.
You want him to sit down right now? You're gonna bring the
I can
jury
take
in?
a break if you want to use restroom. right now.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you. We'll be in recess for about 5. Thank you.
What's wrong?
Well, here's what I would, but there's a hearing, so we thought this gets something better.
I'll make it shake something.
I would shake. I want some food in the pizza. But I want like New York sauce. I don't want Papa John's.
Pizza boys in the gym, that's not poisonous. There's some days where it's good, some days where it's good.
And they're cheaper.
Who's that one? That slice place? Oh.
Yes. Did I ever? I never used that.
Did it keep you warm?
No, they absolutely not. The heck, they're not really. They're on one seat. They don't require it, just hold in all the sweat. I mean, it might water. Yeah. Yeah, I need to do a book for that. I'm not.
You know, it was registered 300. Is it me? Nobody ever remembers that.
Yeah, I was just sitting there thinking about that.
Yeah.
All right, of course, back in session. How are we doing for time?
You wait for Mr. Lewis, sir. Can you? Is
No,
there a motion?
we're just talking about arguing this, no, you're fine.
Okay.
really your argument, and it's, Stan, you're the proponent of the witness.
Yes, sir.
I think you have the burden. I'll let you start. Go from there.
Sure. Obviously, Your Honor is more aware of Dr. Meadows' background via the deposition. I didn't flush all that out this morning, but you heard a little bit of it this morning, and he also talked to you about what he primarily does as a clinical and more specifically and more importantly, a forensic psychologist. So in the realm of examining persons who are facing criminal legal problems. And a large portion of what he does in his interviews is assess someone's memory, going to memory first, short-term memory, long-term memory, through a mental status exam, through observing them and how they respond and present in the interview, through records to see if this person has had any documented issue or trouble with memory, education, and things like that. We talked about his education level and everything he took into account. He did not see a general memory problem, and he testified that the diagnostic instruments, while they do aid practitioners, if a practitioner feels one is needed, it's not required in order to make any sort of opinions on someone's memory, for instance. He opined on the review of the raw data from Dr. Kropp, who testified to a deficit in memory, and why he feels that the administration of those tests was not done up to standard practice levels. So again, he's clearly qualified. He's outlined the methodology used to get to that point. He's outlined why he feels the way he does, or what his opinion is on the test that Dr. Kropp administered. So he's here in rebuttal to explain his opinion professionally on Mr. Wilson and how and why that differs from the defense expert's opinion on memory. And not just to go off of a test, which may or may not have been administered properly and under the right conditions, but also to relate that to real life, which is what psychologists do every day. And so he's clearly qualified to give that opinion, and in addition, the opinion on the disorder or antisocial traits. And all of this, Your Honor, is welcome from the peoples to go into on cross-examination. But as far as Your Honor making a determination of whether he's qualified to testify, both as to memory and the diagnosis, he's explained at length where he got all of the information for the antisocial personality disorder. We're not talking about an individual that only has these childhood traits and then, we're ignoring his adult life. He's testifying about everything in his adult life that would lead to that, the way he presented in the interview that would lead to that, the fact that he malingered on a test that would have allowed more insight and how it led to that. He is of 18 years of age, and then the other criteria is, does he exhibit, let me get the words. They're just evidence of a conduct disorder. Is there signs and things, behaviors that would support evidence of a conduct disorder? He doesn't have to be diagnosed with one before 15 by a professional. It's just, is that stuff there? And he's described what is, that there is theft, there is use of illegal substances. The DSM doesn't tell you to look to the reasons why. And again, he's not looking at that in a vacuum. That behavior continued through his adult life. The stealing, the reason, he was convicted of several burglary and drug charges, the drug use, that all led to him being incarcerated, which is continuing that antisocial behavior through his adult life, which is why he is where he is now. And so he went into remorse. It's not something we can get into specifically in front of the jury, but it is a consideration in those diagnostic criteria. So he's certainly qualified to give this opinion, and then they can cross-examine as appropriate as to whether they feel like it applies and how it differs. It's another explanation for how he presents in these interviews, different than the defense experts who have said, and I didn't get into all of his other opinions, but he's gonna discuss why he doesn't believe PTSD is supported and all these other things. So he looks at what the defense says. Does he agree with that or not? And here's an alternate explanation, which is the antisocial personality traits and features that he possesses. And so he's certainly qualified to give those two opinions, and we would ask that you allow that for the jury with the proper rigorous cross-examination by defense.
Ms. Stevens.
Right, Your Honor, the court is the gatekeeper, and in this particular instance, Department of Meadows is not holding himself or binding himself to the very rules that are set out by the American Psychiatric Association. So he was candid in terms of his lack of records and lack of knowledge about the history. In terms of not having school records and not being present for the further brief explanation from Travis Gilbert this morning. For him to find antisocial personality disorder, I understand that he at one point said antisocial personality and antisocial traits. And I am including all of them within the antisocial personality disorder that we're asking the court to be presented today. It must include a conduct disorder before the age of 15. And the very evidence that the state is pointing to does not support a conduct disorder. So we're not asking to bar or prohibit.
In your opinion. In your opinion, it doesn't. Your assessment, I should say. It's my job to make the assessment.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
You're the gatekeeper, and it's, if he's pointing to that, and he's stealing to things, to argue that needs conduct disorder. And if he's play fighting with his brother to say that this is now violence or conduct disorder, it's inappropriate. So that's why we're asking for it not to prohibit his entire testimony, but his testimony as to this diagnostic feature that it doesn't need. Because the prejudicial effect and the probative value, I should say, is outweighed by the prejudicial effect. This is not something that can be stand up and cross-examine on. The court and the state and the professionals in this courtroom have dealt with these issues in other hearings before. To bring this to the jury in this one setting and expect them to parse through all the things that they're about to ask the person is not reasonable. So yes, we can cross-examine, but we cannot, as you demonstrated this morning, get through all the different points in an effective manner that would provide for an effective defense for Mr. Wilson. So we're not asking to prohibit the entire testimony of Dr. Meadows, but only on those areas where it doesn't meet its own code in terms of the rules that are set forth in the DSM-5 CR. And I understand the court saying that this is defense opinion, but the rule is what it is in terms of conduct disorder must be there before the age of 15. And it's not. So for him to testify that Mr. Wilson lied or Mr. Wilson is the other features that he's mentioning is one thing. For him to then make that connection that it meets the diagnostic personality disorder is where we're asking the court to prohibit. So again, we're not trying to bar the state's witness from testifying, just in that area that antisocial personality disorder or the traits in light of his testimony this week. That that in terms of the line that he pointed to for antisocial personality disorder, that was after the age of 18. The memory deficits, again, that he's using for lines, also after the age of 18. The lack of remorse that he's pointing to is also after the age of 18. The last one that he had pointed out was the criminal conduct, that he's questioning whether or not that's after 18. But the substance abuse or use is before. But again, we're dealing with context. He didn't ask the stepfather to put the crack pipe in his mouth. So it's context. And when we look at these issues in context, then this particular individual does not meet that diagnostic criteria. We're asking the court to not allow this prejudicial opinion before the jury, not barring this testimony, but in terms of memory and the interest of the personality.
State anything else?
No, you're.
Well, I'm going to allow Dr. Meadows' testimony on both topics. Going first to the issue of memory. Contrary to concerns I had yesterday. What sounds like the same criteria we would use in a courtroom to measure veracity are by the testimony, by the testimony, are the tools that a psychiatric professional would use as part of their assessment. So he's not removing a matter from the jury, which was one of my concerns. And he is providing an assessment on memory that is valid. Second reason that it's valid is the specific testimony. At least the second reason it appears to be valid according to the criteria that his profession applies, and that's the correct standard, is that he was able to testify specifically about the way he assessed the asserted amnesia and found that under his criteria that his profession prescribes was not consistent with the true amnesia effect on the individual, whether it was caused by substance trauma or anything else. And we got into some examples, one of which was related to this case and the other that was not, but in any regard, it was not consistent with that finding. Going to the issue of antisocial personality disorder, parties did give me yesterday a page out of one page out of DSM-5. A lot of other material that appears to be cut off that's following it, but just applying the 4 diagnostic criteria. Dr. Meadows did articulate where he found that all 4 of those criteria were met in his opinion, and he was applying again the standards that are laid down by his profession in making that determination. Going specifically to the issue of conduct disorder, Dr. Meadows made this point, and it is salient, it's important to my decision here. He didn't say that you had to prove, diagnose conduct disorder before age 15. And in fact, the criteria itself reads, there is evidence of conduct disorder with onset before age 15. It doesn't say you've proven it, it says there's evidence of it. And to a certain extent, these are subjective, but they are subjective within the left and right limits established by the profession. And so on an evidentiary basis, I will admit it. Now, going to the final point of analysis, which is also very important here, which is always a 403 balancing analysis. I don't find that this is unduly prejudicial. It is prejudicial, as the old saying goes. If it wasn't prejudicial, it wouldn't be relevant. But it is has significant probative value, and therefore is prejudicial in fact. But it is not unduly prejudicial. And going to the embedded constitutional issue, I don't think the cross-examination is incapable of displaying to the jury the intricacies and the details that go into these diagnostic decisions that have been made. The jury has received now 3.5 days of very complex testimony, and I think the lawyers have done a very good job of pointing out the strengths and weaknesses of each of the witnesses, and have no reason to think that Dr. Meadows' testimony would be any different, as demonstrated by some of the questions asked during the this limited hearing. So I don't believe that he's being denied his right to confrontation and to representation because of the admission of this testimony either. All right, that being said, ready to bring it back in?
Support allowing questioning or allowing Dr. Meadows to opine on the MMPIC.
He can opine exactly how he said here, and you all can explain through direct and cross-examination what the limits of that opinion are. And my understanding is he's not going to say the MMPI-2 said that Mr. Wilson has condition A, B, C, and D. He's simply going to say, if somebody raises it, and I don't know if the state needs to, but that's up to them. I don't think it's prejudicial. He simply can say, I gave him a test and I couldn't derive any results from it.
If he stops there, then fine, but if he starts to rely on it to show that he's lying, then he would have to apply.
I think that was appropriate. The court asked him just that. He said just that, I'm not relying on it for purposes of diagnosing it because it's invalid. But the fact that it's invalid supports actually all these other things that I saw in the interview.
It does.
It
I
suggests.
think that's a correct statement. It suggests it or it supports it. It's not the MMPI is not a live effect.
No,
It supports that there was some deception of unknown nature in the administration of the test.
If he's going to use that as an example of lying,
you can process.
That's, yeah, you can go there if you choose to. I think if he limits his testimony to exactly what the validity and the purpose of the test was, there's nothing wrong with that. All right. Anybody need any more time before we bring the judge back in? Sounds like they're having a good time here, so. My plan would be to go to 1:15 instead of approximately.
You ready, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
When you come out, you ready? Okay, the call first.
Are you sure?
Thank you. Please be seated. State your name, please.
They call Dr. William Meadows.
Morning. It's okay back when?
Yes, please. Yeah, that's not a problem at all. Seat there and speak directly in that microphone. Please.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Someone swear from the testimony to the
I do.
All right, please state your full name for the record.
Yes, Your Honor. My name is William Robert Meadows.
And what's your professional address, please?
My physical address is 2233 Park Avenue, Suite 201C, Orange Park, Florida.
All right, thank you. You may proceed, Ms. Dunn.
Thank you. Good morning, Dr. Meadows.
Good morning,
If you would, tell the jurors how you're currently employed.
Yes, ma'am. I'm a consulting forensic psychologist in private practice. I do evaluations for the judicial system for both adults and juveniles. And I'm also an adjunct faculty member at the Orange Park Medical Center, where I train new medical doctors that are in psychiatry that are interested in forensic topics. So I do a series of forensic assessment, teaching them, what I do essentially. And then I recently started actually supervising new psychiatrists to go to the jail, see how we do these evaluations. For the psychiatrists who are interested in getting into the field.
Okay. Now, you're a psychologist, that's a PhD, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But you're allowed to train psychiatrists, which are MDs.
That's correct.
And so tell the jurors your full educational background then.
I received a Bachelor of Science in Psychology from the University of Florida in 1988, a PhD in clinical psychology with specializations in forensics and addictions from the Florida State University in 1994. And then I completed a postdoctoral fellowship training program in forensic psychology at the Harvard Medical School in Boston, Massachusetts.
And we've heard this term a lot, forensic psychology. Will you just tell the jurors what that means?
Forensic psychologist is a psychologist who conducts assessments for the purpose of a judicial outcome. So it could be criminal, like we are here today, or it could be civil. I do on occasion, for example, child custody examinations. So that goes to the family court.
So when you got your PhD at Florida State, you specialized in forensics, and then you said addiction as well, is that?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you, are those separate degrees or just certificates, specializations?
It's just that concentrations that you do that you're able to put on your curriculum vitae. For the addictions, I was actually in an addictions lab for research under Dr. Alan Lang, who's he's now retired, but has written a number of books and articles related to alcohol and drug abuse. My thesis, master's thesis dissertation was related to not just addictions, but also personality traits. And while being trained, my specialization in forensics included advanced seminars in forensic assessment. And then I did 2 practicums, one at the Dozier School for Boys in Mariana, where I did juvenile forensic evaluations while being trained. And I also worked at the forensic unit at the Florida State Hospital in Chattahoochee in a practicum where I was trained to do forensic evals with the adults.
And just in case the jurors don't know, when you say the Florida State Hospital, what is that compared to, Palaca Memorial General Hospital?
Yes, and it's strictly a psychiatric hospital. So that it's one of the largest and oldest state psychiatric facilities in Florida. It's got 2 types of patients or residents. One are civilly committed, so they're not facing criminal charges. They're there because their mental illness makes them unable to survive alone in the community. They're not able to live in a group home because they're so impaired that they need that level of care and restriction. But then there's a forensic unit, which is where I worked. Actually, I worked on both the civil and forensic in 2 separate practicums, but the forensic unit are for people who are mentally ill and have been charged or found not guilty by reason of insanity due to mental illness. So those would be the populations.
Okay, and I jumped ahead a little bit in your work history. So what did you do after your fellowship? Where did you begin your work, and then where did it go from there?
So my fellowship was a intensive training. In psychology, it's considered like the most specialized training you can get. There's different fellowships for forensics, neuropsych, and then the forensics at the medical school in both adult and juvenile. So there I started working at the jails, prisons, doing evaluations for the courts. After I finished the fellowship program, I had various occupations all at the same time. I was working 2 days a week at the correctional facility in Boston, where I was evaluating inmates that had already been sentenced. And then I also was doing psych evals at the state hospital in Massachusetts, which is similar like the Florida State Hospital. And then I was employed in the juvenile court. The system's a little bit different up there. The courts up there actually employ a psychologist that does the initial screening of individuals for competency or issues. So my responsibility was the whole eastern side of Massachusetts. I'd travel to the various juvenile courts, evaluating juveniles. Then I started working at the Department of Corrections doing evaluations. Then I went into private practice in Massachusetts. Then I got hired to come back to Florida, which I wanted to work as the Director of Forensic Services at the Northeast Florida State Hospital in McLennan. Similar to Chattahoochee, a little bit smaller. But they have their own forensic population. So I was in charge of that program, making sure that the assessments were being done correctly, making sure that we're providing treatment services, writing treatment plans for people, writing reports to the courts. And after that, I then went into private practice, where most of my cases are in the 4th Judicial Circuit, which includes Duval, Clay, and Nassau County. I do 7th Circuit, this circuit, but I really, honestly, I haven't been to Putnam County that many times. Most of my cases in the 7th Circuit are Daytona Beach, Volusia, Flagler, and St. John. And then I also cover a lot of cases in the 8th Judicial Circuit, McLennan and Alachua.
And so in this private practice realm, what kinds of evaluations are you conducting on inmates and corrections population?
So yeah, most of my work is criminal. I do some civil work, but I'm pretty busy with criminal cases. So the majority of cases that an established forensic psychologist be doing are competency. That's the most common mental health issue that comes up in a courtroom. So that would be, someone understand their charges. Are they able to work with the lawyer? Is there any mental illness or intellectual disabilities preventing them from doing that? So that's going to be the majority of your cases. But I also do insanity cases where somebody pleads not guilty by reason of insanity. Sentencing cases such as this one. Risk assessments, sex offender risk assessments, violence risk assessments. Do mitigation evals for defense attorneys. That's pretty much the nature of my work.
Okay. Do you work for both prosecutors, defense attorneys, and as obviously you said, courts in this type of work?
Yes, I'm retained by all 3 parties, defense. I've been retained by this public defender's office on multiple occasions, and I'm retained by prosecutors.
Okay. Have you ever served on any research committees related to your field and forensic reports?
Yes, ma'am.
Describe that.
Yeah, so the Department of Children and Families had contacted me. They wanted me to sit on this committee that was going to review all the forensic examiner reports throughout the state, basically quality assurance. So we rated each examiner's reports. The biggest issue was, were the reports consistent with the criteria from the court? And that's where we saw a lot of problems, honestly, was that some experts weren't really addressing the things that statutorily you're supposed to address. And then there were some other quality issues that we looked at, but essentially I was part, I think it was 5 people, and it was conducted through the University of South Florida, their forensic mental health program, and DCF was the lead agency.
Okay. Now, specifically when you do mitigation type work or work prior to sentencing, does your process that you go through differ depending on which side hires you?
No, not at all. I mean, I approach every examination the same way, whether I'm court appointed, defense, state. I mean, I've had conversations with attorneys, judges, and the feedback I've gotten is people feel like, I'm going to be as objective as I can be. I don't play games when it comes to referral sources.
Now, the timing of when you may get involved might be different depending on who hires you. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Explain what your process, your forensic interviewing process is, and specifically what you went through in this case, ultimately to form your opinion. Just what's your standard practice, and how do you conduct one of these evaluations?
Yes, ma'am. So in a case like this, which is what we would call an aid to disposition evaluation, you want to you want to review records as much as you can that are relevant. I mean, attorneys can always cross-examine, you didn't review this or that. I review things that I consider relevant to the assessment, and if they're available. You want to look at the circumstances of the offense, especially if you have other experts that are implying that certain disorders might have had an influence on the offense. It's really important to understand what that person was thinking before, during, and after committing such an offense. Looking at, in this case, I looked at multiple depositions from witnesses. I reviewed audio recordings of the defendant. Those statements were very significant. I got a psychosocial, we call psychosocial history, relevant history from the defendant. So I asked about his background and problems he's had in the past, criminal offense history. I think that would be relevant. Conducted a mental status exam, so I'm looking for evidence of any kind of mental impairment or intellectual disability. And then if appropriate and need for, then you decide what testing you want to give. So you don't give every single test we have in psychology. It's kind of like when you go to your primary care physician. You know, if you complain about heart problems, they're going to test you for your heart. They're not going to test you for your brain. Testing, and then ultimately either write a report, or in some cases like this one, they just want verbal testimony.
Okay. And if there are other experts who have done things, you may get things like raw data. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am. There's anytime you do a psychological instrument, there's what's called raw data. So it might be like circling certain responses, or bubbling in something, or writing something, or doing some kind of puzzle. But there's usually some form of raw data that an expert relies on to come up with results and conclusions.
Okay. And is that raw data actually shared directly between the practitioners? It doesn't even go to the attorneys, is that right?
Yeah, so the ethical standards in the field, are such that we are disbarred from giving raw data to anybody who's not trained to interpret it, which would include attorneys. So in practice, if an attorney says, hey, could you send me the raw data? I'm like, no, I can't due to ethical considerations, but if you have an expert, I will be glad to send it directly to that expert. So yeah, in most cases, if there is raw data, especially a case like this, experts will show each other the raw data.
Okay. You mentioned a mental status exam as part of your overall evaluation. Just explain a little bit more about what that means. Not as to this defendant yet, but just what are you doing there in a mental status exam?
Sure. So I'm assessing for various issues. One is orientation. Does the person know where they are, the date, their situation that they're there? I'm assessing their motor behaviors, or any accelerated motor behavior or impaired motor behavior. I'm assessing, do they comprehend questions, and to what degree of comprehension are they showing? So I may start out with real simple vocabulary, but then when I realize that this person can understand it, I'll get to more sophisticated vocabulary. So I'm, eyeballing where they are as far as their intelligence. I'm assessing their memory capacity, short-term memory, long-term memory. I'm assessing their affect. So affect and mood are two different things. Affect would be what you can visibly observe. So if you see somebody crying and looking depressed, then their affect is depressed. But then you ask them about their mood. How are you feeling? So then they'll describe subjectively how they're feeling. Assessing for other symptoms that may be indicative of mood disorders. So for example, in depression, people often lose their appetite, they may not be able to sleep well, or sleeping too much. Asking for any thoughts of hurting themselves or others, and observing a person, are they showing any signs of mania or hypomania? You usually see that through the rate of their speech, the flow of their speech. I'm looking for thought organization. Are they able to connect things in a relevant fashion? Are they sequential in their speech? I'm assessing for psychosis. I ask them directly, are you having or have had any type of hallucinations in the past? There's different types of hallucinations. I'm assessing their speech for any kind of delusional ideas. That's pretty much the gist of the mental status exam.
Okay. And obviously you do this as a primary part of your practice. So you testify often in courts in the state of Florida, I presume?
I've testified many times, yes.
Okay. Are we talking 10 times, 50 times?
Hundreds.
Hundreds. Okay. Also in Massachusetts, it sounds like?
I testified there almost every day when I was in juvenile court, because they're coming in every day, and there's always somebody that needed to be assessed. But I testified hundreds of times up there, and all the exact numbers, I don't keep track, but it's definitely in the hundreds.
Okay. And more recently, while you've been in Florida, do you know your approximate breakdown, testify for the state or defendants? Especially in, let's see, homicide cases, murder cases, things like that in this round?
I think it's pretty even. I mean, the referral sources are gonna come more from defense, because that's their client, they see them early. But the testimony really, in my opinion, tells you, and I've talked to other professionals, and what you want to see from an expert is an expert that testifies fairly evenly across the board, because then that person is considered objective. So there are many times that the state hires me, and my opinion is consistent with the defense's opinion. There are many times that the defense hires me, and my opinion is consistent with the state's opinion. I don't care who hires me. I'm going to call it the way I see it. And so that's the way I built my career. I've been very successful. I think I probably get the most cases in the Fourth Circuit. I think that's what the courts want, is experts to be objective regardless of who hired them. So I'm happy and proud to say that as far as my testimony experience, it's been pretty split evenly, from defense calling me to the state calling me and doing court appointed evals where the judge essentially has ordered eval.
And when you do testify, in what areas have you been allowed to give your opinion?
I've testified in capital death penalty cases before, such as this one. I've testified in juvenile cases. I testified in a landmark Supreme Court decision where the Supreme Court looked at evidence of juvenile brain functioning.
Your Honor, I'll rephrase the question. Doctor, what I was looking at, looking for there, it's okay. Areas like clinical psychology, forensics,
Oh, okay.
things like that.
Yeah, I thought you meant like specific. areas.
No.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, my degree is in clinical psychology and I have plenty of experience in clinical psychology. I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist. And in forensic psychology, clinical psychology plays in because there you're assessing for mental disorders. What forensics does is it extends it to the judicial system. So it's how is somebody's psychological functioning relevant to a specific judicial matter.
And what were you asked to do in the case versus state of Florida versus Mark Wilson?
So the state attorney asked for the evaluation. They indicated that there were some defense experts that had evaluated Mr. Wilson. And they basically just wanted a second opinion as to whether or not there were any relevant psychological disturbances related to the offense.
And something else that you were provided from the state in your role in this is you're provided expert opinions on mitigation from the defense and you're asked to explore those, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so what type of records or materials, let me just ask you about some areas because the jurors have heard a lot now all week about all the records and materials that are available in this case. Did you receive a lengthy offense report, arrest reports from the Putnam County Sheriff's Office about the actual offense?
Yes, ma'am. It was lengthy and pretty detailed. Different eyewitnesses and controlled conversations, things like that.
Okay. Did you receive the actual audio recording between the defendant and his mother?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you receive both or either a transcript or a recording of a very lengthy interview of the defendant with law enforcement after the homicide, after his arrest?
Yes, I had the actual recordings with the officers, turn on the recording devices.
And did you have, there were 3 shorter audios that were taken on scene sort of just hours after the murder with Detective Higginbotham?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you have, I believe there were some Alachua work release probation records in the defendant's history?
Yes.
Okay. Putnam County jail records, I believe.
Yes, ma'am.
There were some psych evals from a Dr. Levin in 2010, I believe you reviewed.
Correct.
Several depositions, both of some laypersons in this case and experts from the defense, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then did you receive raw testing data from Dr. Kropp and Dr. Kionis?
I did.
Okay. Now you have that material. When did you get the opportunity to meet with the defendant?
It was October 19th.
Do you know approximately how long you did that?
was over 2 hours, I believe.
No, I believe you previously just described the structure of an interview, but specifically as it relates to Mr. Wilson, kind of before we get into what happened, just outline the order in which like that interview occurred, mental status, and then, how do you conduct?
So the first thing I did was I just asked them, what's your legal situation? Just to, it's kind of a pseudo competency eval. I just want to make sure the person understands why he's there. Because if somebody's totally disoriented, I think it's important to let the court know like something happened. This person, can't really participate right now because we're having some type of disorientation that's going on. So I just make sure people understand why we're there. I give them notice of limits of confidentiality. So I told him that, this was not confidential, that I was going to write a report potentially if they wanted me to, or that I'll at least share this information with the prosecutor, and that more than likely I have to testify in court. So I want people to understand that, what they say could make in the courtroom. Then I start, just asking about their background and trying to establish some rapport, trying to get the person to open up more, doing some specific questions related to mental status. And then eventually, in a case like this, you get into the heart of the matter, which is the offense itself. That's why we're here. So I asked about circumstances leading up to, during, and after the offense. Then I administered a psychological instrument. It was procedurally, I think that's about it as far as when I was there.
Okay. And so let's start with, what were your impressions from the mental status exam of this defendant?
So Mr. Wilson was oriented. He knew where he was. He knew the date. He knew who his attorney was who was sitting in the evaluation. He knew her role. He knew why I was there. I didn't see any problems in his self-care. His grooming, his hygiene seemed fine. Motor behavior was fine. I particularly was looking at fine motor behavior. So you got two kind of motor behaviors. Gross motor behavior would be like you just, running across the room. But then fine motor behavior, as far as manipulating objects, and, I'm looking to see if any disturbances there. I didn't see any. I'm seeing if a person can comprehend questions and, what level of intelligence are they showing me? And my estimation was that he was functioning in the low average to average range of intelligence based on his vocabulary. He spoke coherently in a lucid way. I didn't see any signs of any kind of memory disturbances in the mental status exam. And that relates to the social history. He was able to recall a number of details related to his history. I was looking for any signs of any kind of neurocognitive problem. For example, aphasia is real common, ability to put your thoughts into speech. Apraxia is disturbance in motor behaviors. Disturbances in executive functions, not being able to put things in a sequence, to deal with multiple issues simultaneously. And I didn't see any disturbances that were there either. Then I got into affect. He was generally euthymic. I didn't see any signs of distress or depression or so forth. He was tapping his foot at times. That became more pronounced when I was asking about the offense itself. Then he denied any. I asked about any emotional problems leading up to this. He denied any significant emotional problems. Said that he didn't feel depressed or anxious prior to the offense. Observational wise, he wasn't manic. He wasn't hyperactive. So he denied thoughts of hurting himself or others, and then there was no evidence of psychosis. He denied had any type of hallucinations. He didn't show evidence of that, and his speech was free from any delusional ideas.
Okay. Now, you made a comment about IQ, and I know you're intelligent. You're assessing that sort of the whole time you're interacting with it. But what was your opinion? I believe you said average to low average, and where do you get that from?
So I didn't do an IQ test because it really wasn't necessary. I mean, if I saw that there was a problem with comprehension, I would have done it, or his vocabulary. But an IQ test can take 2 hours to give, and you don't give tests that aren't necessary. That's true in medicine. It's true in psychology. So I didn't see any indications in the mental status exam that he was intellectually impaired. And then his history reflects that he's not intellectually impaired. You got a GED that requires, I mean, an intellectually disabled person typically can't attain that. He told me he had to work in, I believe, as an electrician at one point, and one other occupation that requires a significant degree of intelligence. So I remember here. He had done mechanical work and electrician work. Said he wasn't unemployed at the time of his arrest. I asked him specifically why, to see if there's any disability. He said no, it was because of COVID. And then I asked him if he had ever applied for disability benefits. Usually people who are impaired, they apply for disability. He says he'd never applied for disability before. I asked him about his adaptive behaviors, because when you assess for intelligence, we've gotten away from IQ scores and gotten more to adaptive behaviors in diagnosing intelligence. IQ scores are still important, but we're not giving as much weight to them anymore. And so I asked him, were you able to drive independently, get around the community on your own? He said he could. I asked him, could you manage your own finances? He said he could. So typically people who have significant intellectual problems aren't able to do those kind of activities, much less get a GED, maintain that level of employment. So everything converged on the conclusion that he does not have any significant intellectual problems.
He was able to understand questions when you asked him?
Yes, ma'am, he understood all the questions.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to review Dr. Kropf's specific raw data as to the intelligence scale he gave him?
Yes, ma'am.
And just, you familiar with the intelligence tests he gave him?
Yeah, I administered it myself.
Okay. And I believe he scored him at a full scale IQ of 75. After looking at the raw data, what is your opinion as to that score reflection compared to what you saw?
I think it's invalid. I don't give it any weight. And I'll tell you why. There's a couple of reasons. If you look at the raw test data, actually the testing wasn't done by Dr. Kropf, it was done by his assistant. And his assistant, I don't know if he knew the circumstance of the case, but in good form, the assistant did note the defendant's presentation during testing, which is important because there are certain, what do we call, confounds to test results. That is that there may be other factors besides that person, let's say their intelligence, it's influencing the test results. So for example, a real obvious one would be if I'm giving you an IQ test and somebody outside the room is like playing a trumpet really loud, it's going to distract you and you're not going to do your best. These tests are you can only rely on them if a person is fully cooperative and does their best, gives their optimum performance on these tests. Now, this assistant that did the testing had multiple notations in the testing that the defendant was highly distracted during testing. Okay, and that is a major confound when it comes to intelligence testing and even neuropsych testing. You cannot reliably give an intelligence test to somebody if they're highly distracted. You have to treat the distractibility first, get them at optimal performance before you actually give the testing. Now, if you do the testing while they're so distracted, you certainly need to make a note of it and indicate that that is a potential confound. And I know it was a confound because that score of 75 is really low, does not match his educational history, does not match his employment history, and does not match his adaptive behaviors in the community, and certainly did not match how he presented in my examination. So, yeah, I mean, once I saw multiple indications of high distractibility while doing tests that require full attention, I'm sorry, I cannot rely on that test data because more than likely it's invalid. The second reason, there's two reasons. The second reason is you in neuropsych testing and of that nature, you're supposed to do malingering testing at the time that you're doing a neuropsych testing. I don't know if you've heard that term malingering. Malingering is any deliberate faking or exaggerating of symptoms for some secondary gain. And in forensic cases like this, especially a death penalty case like this, you always got to be mindful of malingering because there is an incentive to malingering. Now, Dr. Kropf indicated that he gave one malingering measure for memory. And that's fine, that's an acceptable test. The problem is, in his assessment, he didn't give that test at the time of the assessment. He gave it weeks later after he did the neuropsych eval. And I can tell you, people's results on malingering scores can dramatically change day to day. So you're supposed to, by standard practice, and I've reviewed many neuropsych assessment reports.
Objection, Your Honor, no question.
Yes, sir.
That you give the malingering test while you give the neuropsych battery. That is standard practice. And it is an outlier to give a malingering test weeks after you actually do the neuropsych battery. So, what I observed was not consistent with the results. I think that his scores were deflated due to either the distractibility, malingering, or both. And so I did not give any significant weight to those tests.
Okay, and we'll get into a little bit more of Dr. Kropp's testing, but what you were referring to there at the end was the malingering test, the TOMM, the TOM.
Yeah, the TOM means test of malingered memory.
And you recall from looking at the dates of the test that was given by itself on its own day at the very end.
Correct. I honestly don't understand why it was done like that. It's not what you're supposed to do.
In addition, you touched on his GED. Obviously, you talked about why that's important he obtained that, how he generally presented. Was the fact that he had no IEP and was never in ESE classes, is that something you would look for?
Absolutely. And I asked him, I said, somebody with an IQ 75 is low. I mean, we're talking percentage wise. Let me think about this. That would mean that he would probably be around the 5th percentile if he truly had that level of intelligence, meaning that 9 out of 10 people would have greater intelligence than that. And he did not present that way at all during the examination. Now, what the attorney's asking here is about special ed. If a child, IQ scores are developed early in life, usually by the age of 6 or 7, the IQ that you have then is going to be the IQ that you have now, okay? So this person truly had that low of an intelligence. It is highly unlikely that he would not have been given an individual educational plan called an IEP and be in some form of special education, much less be able to earn a GED. Somebody with an IQ score typically can't progress past the 6th or 7th grade, right? They don't have the capability of learning high school material like people who are not intellectually disabled. So the fact that he was not involved in any kind of special ed or I had an IEP, according to him, his own statements, is inconsistent with that IQ test score.
Okay. And you touched on it, and again, the jury has heard all of this at length, so I'm not going to go through what every single thing he told you, but he was able to talk to you about family, background, medical, childhood. You discussed all of that with him, is that right?
Yeah, he provided specific details about his medical history, his family history, criminal offense history.
What-
He was able to do that.
And what did he tell you? I'm going to get into a couple areas a little bit more detail, specifically about medical and, any head injuries. Were you asking him about that?
Yes, ma'am.
What did he tell you about
So
that?
I asked him, I started out with an open-ended question, like, do you have any significant medical problems, things like diabetes, heart conditions, anything like that? He said, no, he didn't have any significant problems. So then I got more specific. I'm like, have you ever had any kind of major head injury? He denied that. Have you ever had any kind of seizures? He denied that. I asked him if he had ever been referred by a physician to see a neurologist. He said he wasn't sure. I didn't see anywhere in the records where he actually had a history of that. I asked him if he had ever had any kind of amnesia prior to this offense, what many lay people call blackouts. And he said, I'm not sure. So that was the gist of what he reported medically.
And did he talk to you about his substance abuse history, childhood, adulthood, and then we'll talk about the offense more specifically later, but was he able to recite that to you?
Yes, he said that he had been using substances since his juvenile years. And more recently, I'm sorry, I just want to make sure. He reported that he was using methamphetamine about once per week. also had been using an opioid that was not prescribed to him, narcotic, and said that he also was using marijuana.
Now, some of the experts that met with Mr. Wilson from the defense had opined that he was suffering from PTSD. Did you explore that potential diagnosis, and if so, what was your opinion?
Yes, in the mental status exam, I asked them, any kind of emotional problems, disturbances, sleep problems, things like that. He didn't endorse anything that would be related to post-traumatic stress disorder.
Mr. Wilson does have a history of some traumatic events in his childhood, and I'm not sure how much of the domestic violence that he witnessed you got into. But if in fact he had witnessed domestic violence as a child and some traumatic events, is that by itself the reason to diagnose someone with PTSD? Just explain to the jurors a little bit more about PTSD. Sure. And how you come to that.
Yes, ma'am. So to diagnose PTSD, there has to be the person either experienced some life-threatening situation, and it doesn't say what exactly it has to be, just that the person perceives it as life-threatening or observed something that could be life-threatening, substantial trauma to somebody else. So like, you happen to walk upon a car accident, it's pretty bad. That could lead to potential PTSD symptoms, but people respond differently to trauma. Most people are exposed to domestic violence in childhood do not develop PTSD. The majority of my criminal cases, most people say they have been exposed to domestic violence in childhood at some point. Okay, it's fairly common in the criminal justice system. So what you assess for is, first off, was there that degree of trauma? But even more importantly is what symptoms is the person displaying? And so there's various symptoms. Sleep problems is very common, night terrors, flashback experiences where you perceptually are reliving the trauma, intrusive recollections of trauma. So you might be at work and you just can't get that trauma out of your head. People will avoid cues that resemble the trauma. So let's say a combat veteran has PTSD, he or she could very much have a hard time watching a war movie. So they tend to avoid those things. Sometimes loud sounds, can trigger, a lot of anxiety. So they'll avoid places like fireworks, things like that. So they're avoiding cues of trauma. There's also hypervigilance many times where they're just kind of like on edge all the time. And then many times there's also an increased startle response. So, if somebody sneaks up behind you, you might get startled. But for them, it's really exaggerated. Like it's a very fearful kind of situation for them.
And if someone is suffering from PTSD and they have that, can you explain how long that lasts in persons and if it differs depending on degrees and how people recover from that?
It really varies by person. Typically with PTSD, it's seen because the person goes to a psychiatrist or their primary care physician, because these are really unpleasant symptoms, the ones I just described to you. And but the course of the illness varies by person. We all have different abilities to adapt, and it varies, if somebody's receiving treatment or not.
Dr. Quinones testified that the defendant has provisional PTSD. What does that mean in your professional world, the word provisional?
Provisional means he doesn't really know. Provisional is a hypothesis. So he believes based on his evaluation that he may have PTSD, but it's not to within a reasonable degree of medical certainty, or he wouldn't have put provisional.
Now, you discussed how you, I want to get into the questions that you asked him about the homicide, the incident, what were your Can you describe to the jurors, how you walked him through that, what you asked, what was important surrounding the homicide that you wanted to inquire about?
Yeah, so, I was aware that he had been claiming amnesia for the offense. And so I had already had evidence of his statements to police. I had reviewed those, so I had some idea of what actually transpired that day, especially immediately afterwards. So in order to assess if somebody has amnesia for an offense, you have to inquire about the offense. You can't say, oh, this guy's got a memory problem. I didn't ask him what actually happened during the offense or even afterwards to see if, first off, is he actually being credible in his report? Or it could be that somebody has a memory problem, but it doesn't relate to the offense. I don't see any evidence of neurocognitive disorders records. In my evaluation, there certainly wasn't any explanation for him having any kind of blackout periods. I became aware that he was attributing to methamphetamine. So I wanted to assess, well, is that true? I mean, people who, in order for you to have some amnestic episode where you're totally out of reality, you got to use a heavy amount of amphetamine. But that amphetamine is more likely to cause other symptoms than memory problems. When somebody's high on methamphetamine, especially a heavy dose of it, you can tell. These officers, they have experience, so they can tell you, they see it. I've seen it in the jails when people come in. First off, they're usually rapid in speech, talking 100 miles an hour. Many times they don't make sense as to what they're saying. They're bouncing from topic to topic. They usually are sweating profusely. That's a physiological effect of amphetamine. Their motor behavior is accelerated. They usually can't sequence speech in a logical order, right? So that's what I was looking for too. Was there any evidence of amnesia, genuine amnesia? Was there any evidence that he actually was impaired by amphetamine? So I interviewed him, compared his statements to the actual evidence in the case.
And what were your conclusions after doing that? How did he behave with you, and then what did you confront him with that was important?
So the thing that I was really impressed by in this case was this individual could remember many details in his history, and he could remember things that were favorable to him. He could remember what medication he took in prison, the exact name of it. Could remember aspects of his life that could be considered mitigation. But when we got into the actual killing, that's what he couldn't remember. When we got into things that would be viewed, I think, by most people as negative, that's what he claims to not remember, such as hiding of the murder weapons, wrapping them up in a towel, his confession to his mother. But his amnesia is selective. Because see, if he truly used so much amphetamine that he couldn't remember again, he would have showed other symptoms first. But that amnesia is not going to be selective for the most negative parts of your case. And it's not certainly going to start when you kill somebody, then stop, or you're going shopping, going to a medical center, then start again when you provide a confession to your mother, then start again when you lie to the police, okay? And that's what I observed. What I observed was selective memory or selective amnesia, which were tied to the most negative aspects of the case, and amnesia that was non-sequential. And what that suggests to me is that this individual is not credible.
And so you're looking at both his recount at the time to law enforcement about, I know what I did up until, talking about the morning of August 26th. I go to the convenience store, I get coffee and donuts. I come back, I fold laundry. All of those events that he gives law enforcement and or you, and then you move forward throughout the day. And so you're looking at what he remembers and doesn't remember.
I'm looking at what he remembers and doesn't remember. I'm looking at, does it follow a logical sequence? Why is it that he doesn't remember killing the kids, doesn't remember hiding the murder weapons, but remembered what happened before it and remember what happened after it. But then doesn't remember his confession in a recorded phone call, but then remembers what happens after that. Our textbooks in forensic psychology says when you see that, it's usually malignant. It's usually somebody who's trying to fake you out, because that's not how the human brain works, okay? And but on top of that, again, his claim is that it was an amphetamine-induced amnesia. So I'm looking for, well, what are the symptoms that he actually was high on amphetamine? Because it would take a lot of amphetamine to cause that. And I listened to the conversation with the officer. He was able to spell names correctly, quickly, could provide a sequence of events, provided information about other, it sounds like he was providing information about other potential people that might have been involved in this, okay? So there was no hyper speech at the time. I didn't see any evidence in his speech. I've seen people come in on the jail on meth, they're high on meth. And his presentation with the officer and those recordings was not consistent with him being high on meth. And again, his selective memory for certain things are not sequential. If you take it all into account, okay, plus the evidence of his being deceitful with officers, all indicates to me that this individual is not credible in regards to his report about these circumstances leading to these two murders.
And that interview that you just pointed to about the able to spell things, the coherent speech, and I believe you said he pointed to someone else. Are you touching on the reference to the guy in the guy in the Mustang that broke down in front of the house?
Yeah. So I asked him in my evaluation, when you talked to that officer the first time, you know that there were dead boys in that house. And he admitted that he did. And if you read or you listen to the audio recordings, he's acting like he doesn't know. Right? He's not in distress. Okay. And within the recordings, and this is an impression, it's subjective, okay? But he starts talking about, without even really being asked a question, about some Mustang that had been parked there for a week. And then he comes back to the officer wanting to give different information. It was my impression that he was trying to set up or lead police into looking potentially at someone else besides himself, despite him already knowing that these kids were dead. And I asked him point blank, did you lie to the officer? And he admitted he did. Now, if somebody has an amnestic episode for killing two children, in my opinion, they don't know that they did it because they don't remember it, right? And then you walk in on two bodies. What's going to be your reaction? I think most people would be shocked, devastated, but that's not how he presented during that recording with the officer. What he was doing was lying and being calculated and setting up a potential other, then to go with some other false lead.
And along those lines, Doc, have you, in your 30 some odd years in this population, have you seen that? Have you seen someone who truly had that sort of episode or psychosis and they didn't truly remember it, so they behaved the way you're describing? Like, you've seen that?
That's actually the formal question.
Just asking if he's seen it in real life or read it in a textbook.
That's a valid question. You answer that.
I have seen many defendants who had genuine mental illness at the time that they've killed people or engaged in other violent offenses. If it's genuine, you don't see the selective amnesia. There may be cases where there have been cases where it's so psychotic that they do have a troubled memory around the incident itself. But those cases, usually, like when they come into contact with law enforcement hours after they killed somebody while in a psychotic rage, the law enforcement officer picks up on it right away because the person's still psychotic. Or they did it on some kind of drug binge, they're still experiencing those things. So the officer notices it and they document it. And many times they'll transfer the person to a facility, a Baker Act facility or a hospital. That's not what occurred in this case.
And so is your opinion that you do not feel that he was suffering from extreme mental or emotional distress at the time of this homicide?
No, and I'll give you the basis of that. I mean, there's an audio of him confessing to a plan to do this. That is completely inconsistent with somebody who either had some psychosis, amnesia, or emotional distress. What did he do after he killed the 2 kids? He went and hid the murder weapons. Then he goes out into the community while his dead children are in the home. He's buying donuts. He's going back to the officer trying to rationalize things because he knows that they're onto him. He goes to a medical appointment.
And so it doesn't sound like when, in your interview with him, when he gives you the, I don't know, I don't remember, do you try to follow up that with a piece of evidence to see if that's genuine or not?
Yes, ma'am. He became very evasive and defensive when it came to talking about the killings and what he did afterwards. And it just started to become a strings of, I don't know, I don't know. I asked him about his confession to his mother, which occurred hours after this. And he said he didn't remember talking to his mother. But he remembered things that occurred before talking to his mother. So it became anything that was basically showed him as a bad guy that most people would consider. That's what he didn't remember. But he could remember other things.
And in fact, there's some details even that he gives law enforcement at the end of the longer interview. Okay, you also, not just the audios right after, but you watch some 4 hours of substance where he lies for about half of it and then he eventually talks to him in detail. Do you recall that?
Yes.
So he even gives some detail to those officers about who he killed first and the weapons and the door he went in. Did he even give you that?
No.
That level of detail?
Yeah, he now, and when people get defensive after the fact, he's saying now he doesn't remember. The real important information, in my opinion, when I look at this stuff, is what actually occurred around the time of the offense. That's usually the truth. Okay, so the evidence here is that he was lying. He knew these kids were dead. Okay, he's going around the community doing different things. He's not in emotional distress. He's not impaired. He's able to do higher functioning activities. Okay, but now he wants to recreate the story after the fact. And when I got into it with him, then he decided he didn't want to meet anymore because I was challenging him. That's what we're supposed to do as forensic psychologists. You don't just do testing and say that's it. So I started challenging him on, well, these are inconsistencies. And I asked him specifically the part that he got upset with. I asked him, so, okay, you tell me that you don't remember confessing that you premeditated with a plan to kill these boys to your mother, right? But I asked him, I said, if that's true, if you did say that to your mother, wouldn't that indicate that this was a premeditated, planned act? And he did admit, yes, that what he said would indicate a premeditated planned act, which is inconsistent with an amphetamine-induced psychosis or amnesia, okay? But that's when he said that's it. He was done. And he didn't want to meet anymore. And so, what I advised him was like, look, I can't force you to meet with me, but I can interpret this, in a professional way. It potentially could be adversarial to you. I'm going to have to testify that this is the point that you decided not to meet, right? And then his attorney, after a few attempts, his attorney, convinced him to go ahead and continue with the assessment.
Doctor, after that, did you attempt to administer any sort of testing that try to give you any more insight in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the test that you tried to administer, or you did administer with him?
So I gave him what's called an MMPI-2. There's actually now an MMPI-3, but the MMPI-2 has correctional profile. So I wanted to see, because it was now post-conviction, how he compared to other correction inmates. And that test, it's one of the most widely used instruments in the country. It's been accepted routinely by courts. it is a comprehensive instrument that provides a picture, a diagnostic picture of what somebody may be suffering from and kind of mental illness. PTSD is included, psychosis, it gets into substance abuse, and it also gets into personality disorders. And there's various personality disorders. So I was interested in saying, you know, what would he yield in this objective instrument? Now, the nice thing about this instrument is it includes what are called validity scales. Because anybody can take a psych instrument and just start self-reporting what they want to. And a lot of these tests, like some of these PTSD tests, that's all they are. It's just self-report without any validity indicators. The MMPI is a great test because it has validity indicators. And what those indicators tell us is how the person's approaching the test. If the validity indicators are in a normal range, it suggests the person was honest, was being forthcoming about their symptoms. If there's certain scales that are elevated, it tells me that the person was defensive. They didn't want to admit to just basic human weaknesses. I see a lot of those profiles in child custody cases or disability cases. People that, not disability, child custody cases where somebody wants to look real good, but they're overdoing it. Like they're not even admitting to faults that we all have, okay? And then the third one is that they're exaggerating, if not outright feigning symptoms. So it tells me that somebody approaches tests where they're going to really exaggerate the problems that they have, or or completely fake that they have symptoms.
Now, before we go into your results with the defendant, Dr. Quiones has testified that that instrument should not be used or given to an individual with known trauma in their past. What can you tell the jurors about your opinion on that?
That's a completely false statement. There's 2 PTSD scales on the MMPI. So how in the world can you not give an MMPI to somebody who's had trauma? The MMPI actually helps you assess for PTSD. And the thing is, it's better than the self-report instruments because it gives you a validity indicator. Anybody can say, yeah, I have sleep problems. Yeah, I'm startled easily. We all can do that. But the validity indicators are hard to fake because lay people aren't aware of what the test is looking for. And so the nice thing about the MMPI is it does have 2 PTSD scales. I've given it numerous times to people who do have PTSD. It's been accepted in court for PTSD cases. I've testified in cases such as battered women syndrome. The people have PTSD, and what do I give them? The MMPI. So it is an absolute relevant test for post-traumatic stress disorder.
And then you said that it has and I may not use the right word, you can score it.
Validity scales?
Yeah, not just on a general population, but you can actually compare your person to a corrections population too.
Correct. So in the MMPI-2, they have where they've done research on how correctional inmates would respond to the MMPI-2, and that would be the appropriate base for him because that's what he is, a correctional inmate is post-conviction, right? The new MMPI-3 has got some new clinical information, but doesn't have the correctional profile like the MMPI-2. It's still in development. We're transitioning to it. It just recently came out. So the validity scales, there's no difference between the 2 and the 3. If somebody's exaggerating 2, they're going to exaggerate 3. And so given all the circumstances, I gave him the MMPI-2 to see objective instrument would tell me.
And did that instrument, what were the results? Was it able to give you any insight into any disorders that you had?
No, it could not.
And why not?
Because his validity scales were off the scale. He scored like the highest score you possibly can on faking. That is that he exaggerated, if not completely feigned, a number of responses on the test. So and the computer printout told me, you cannot interpret this test because of extreme exaggeration. Now, there are, and I believe in being completely open about things, there are alternative explanations too for that profile, but it's the examiner who gives the test that has to make that determination. Another examiner cannot, unless he actually saw a videotape of the examination. So the alternative explanation, and this is in far fewer cases of this level of severity on that, it's called an F scale, right? But it would be somebody that's so distressed at the time of the testing that they really couldn't even take the test. And I did not observe that at all. I had him read the test item, he could read it, he understood it. During the testing, there were no signs of any emotional distress. I asked him specifically right before the test if he was having any emotional problems, and he denied any. So the only conclusion in this case is that he faked that test.
And when you mean, just to put it in context, in his case, it was the exaggeration of, not the deflation of, I think.
Yeah, he approached the test like, I'm just gonna say I have all these problems, and it's unrealistic. Like, there's no human being that would have all those symptoms.
That's what I was trying to get at. So what that data tells you is there's no one human being that would, basically, who's endorsing all of, or many symptoms of many psychotic disorders.
Yeah. If you were to, again, you cannot interpret it. The test tells you specifically you can't because there's extreme exaggeration on it. But if you want to hypothetically say that it was true, he would have multiple disorder. And would he scored higher than what people at the Chattahoochee facility would. And the test even tells you that. It tells you that he scored higher than people in inpatient psychiatric facilities. Now, he has no evidence, he has no history of even being in an inpatient psychiatric facility. So that tells you how bad he exaggerated it.
And all of this, everything you've been talking about today, your impression with him, your interaction with him, and the way that he approached the test, does that lead you to anything about his personality?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that?
At a minimum, he has antisocial personality traits, and there's a number of reasons why in an adulthood, and there is some evidence in childhood, but I believe that he has an antisocial personality disorder.
And had he approached the MMPI to putting forth the best effort, you may or may not have been able to glean some more information about that, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, I didn't see any evidence of mental illness in my exam. The only psychiatric history he had was taking an antidepressant while in prison. That's very common. Inmates often just want a medication to help them through the incarceration. He didn't seek psychiatric care once he was released from prison. Now, if somebody truly has PTSD, that's a pretty distressful illness. Don't you think that they would try to get help for that? They usually do, or somebody's going to refer them for psychiatric care. But he didn't. The only time he took an antidepressant was while he was in prison. So I always just try to come at different roads to my conclusions. So those two roads were telling me he's not mentally ill. But let me see what this test tells me. I already knew he was deceitful based on his history with police, based on other things that he told me about his probation, based on how he was presenting with me. But I wanted to see, could he actually give me a valid MMPI and what it said? And he did. He prevented me from looking at it. Now, I would suspect that he would score high on antisocial because that's what I was seeing. But antisocial people tend to be deceitful. And on the test, he was deceitful.
Okay. Now, I want to circle back. We touched on it a little bit in the beginning, and just since we're ending on some testing here, Dr. Kropp did as you referenced earlier, a battery of neuropsych tests, and then ultimately ended with the TOM. You kind of explained why, you did explain, I believe, why you don't agree with the way that was administered, correct? The TOM being on its own day.
It falls outside of standard practice. You don't give a malingering test weeks after you do your battery.
Okay. And Dr. Kropp testified that he could do it that way essentially because all of the other tests he gave have independent malingering scales within them. Is that true about all the other tests that you reviewed?
Factually inaccurate. The tests that he had given, I've reviewed them, they do not have validity indicators on it. The TOM is a measure of malingering. And it certainly would have been appropriate for him to give it at the time that he gave the other test. Why he waited weeks, I honestly can't remember any case that I've been involved in that an expert has done that. All the neuropsychology reports that I get, they always do the malingering test with the battery. The TOM only takes 15 minutes or so to give, 15, 20 minutes. There's no reason not to give it at the time of the assessment.
And then you also commented on the other reason, the other thing you saw in the raw data behind the actual results was the comments about being distracted and stuff. Is that?
Yes, I mean, when I first glanced at the data, I said, wow, this is really unusual, because that's not how, you know, I just thought it was suspicious. And then I met with them and I was like, I don't see that. And then I looked at it more carefully and I saw the notations by the assistant that he was highly distracted. There were multiple ones. And I was like, that's a confound. Like, you know, you're not even supposed to give a test if they're highly distractible. You got to resolve that first. And so now I realize why the test results look weird and inconsistent. So I didn't give them any weight in my assessment.
And I've asked you about the one mitigator that the defense has proffered, the extreme mental and emotional distress, and you answered that. But did you find any evidence that this defendant cannot appreciate the criminality of his behavior and conform to the laws in and around the time of this offense?
No, not at all. I mean, I don't know if you listened to the audio tapes with the officers. I mean, he's literally lying. He told me he knew the kids were already now dead.
Basis?
The narrative, the question isn't, it's not responsive.
Go ahead, explain why you don't.
Can you just repeat? I'm sorry. Okay.
Yeah.
I got distracted.
You said you don't agree with the expert that says that he could not appreciate the criminality of his conduct and therefore conform his behavior. So why do you disagree with that?
If somebody already knows that they killed 2 people and they're purposely going to an officer lying, then goes back to the officer with new information or clarifying information that he gave was inaccurate, setting up seemingly, and again, it's an impression, seemingly trying to set it up where he's going to pin it on somebody else, or at least steer law enforcement in that direction. Goes to a store, buys donuts, or whatever else, goes to a medical appointment, no reports that he was impaired in his ability to do that, a confession that he planned to kill these kids for a specific purpose. All of that tells me that he knew what he was doing. It was calculated, it was planned.
Objection, Your Honor, the purpose of Dr. Meadows is to refute the mitigation, not establish aggregators.
Not what I'm trying to do. I'm gonna ask a follow-up.
Maybe just follow.
So doctor, I just wanna make sure I understand. Somebody who would meet that mitigator, meaning they don't appreciate that what they did was criminal, and they can't conform for whatever the reason is, whether it's psychosis or drug abuse. Would you expect that person to do things like you were just listing, be deceitful, try to steer police, hide weapons, cover up? Like, is that consistent with someone who meets
Yeah,
that
and
mitigator?
I think it's common sense. Of course not. If somebody, again, if you are so high on amphetamine that you have this complete blackout, you kill 2 kids, right? And that's not even considering all of the behaviors like hiding weapons and such. And you truly don't know you did this. What's your reaction going to be when you see the kids, the dead kids in the, I mean, it wasn't just a killing. So what's a person's reaction going to be if they truly didn't know that they did this?
Objection, projection, or false speculation.
Just
It's usually going to be shock. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
just don't.
I think you've answered my question, but basically, you wouldn't expect the behaviors you've already outlined. Somebody who truly didn't understand the criminality of what they just said.
You would expect different behaviors.
Okay. No further questions. Judge.
Cross examination.
Your Honor, based on the time Or maybe approach.
Do you need more than a half hour?
No, I just, it was the lunch hour, so I wasn't sure.
Right on.
So. Good afternoon, Dr. Meadows.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Now, your practice is in forensic psychology, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Meaning you don't take on patients.
No, I don't no longer do treatment. I'm pretty busy with the court evals.
So it's sitting down and counseling and helping people with their psychological problems and something.
I used to, but I don't anymore.
At this, it's all forensic.
Correct.
Meaning you can analyze and go to court to testify.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, part of that history that you had was over at the Dozier Juvenile Facility, correct?
During my graduate training, yes, ma'am.
And you also have some work experience, not just with Dozier, but also with jails and other prisons.
That's correct.
And, but as you said before, forensic right now is most of what you do.
That's correct.
So when you sat down with Mark Wilson Jr., he was oriented in terms of he knows his name and the date. Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're taking into account things like his appearance or its effect, how he looks, his mood, how he's feeling. And this is subjective in terms of he's self-reporting these things. Meaning how
No,
he's
no,
feeling.
ma'am. The subjective part would be what he is reporting, but the observations would be more objective in nature.
But you're the one making the observations.
That's correct.
So in the list of records that you received, you didn't get any records from the state regarding Mr. Wilson's childhood.
Just through depositions of witnesses, there were witnesses that talked about it.
So in terms of the records out of Arizona, you didn't receive those either.
I'm not sure which ones you're referring to.
Whether it's the Department of Child Safety or education records out of Arizona, you did not see those.
I don't believe I received those.
All right, it didn't sound like it was part of the list. So in terms of the doctors that had seen Mark Wilson Jr. in Arizona in his childhood, you weren't aware of that.
I recall records pertaining to, I believe it was ADHD in juvenile years. So it may be, I may not recall the doctor's name, but viewed hundreds of pages in this case, but I recall, my recollection is ADHD in his juvenile years.
So that was one of the diagnoses, but in terms of the numbers of doctors and mental health facilities that were treating in Arizona, you didn't get that information. It's just when I heard the list of records, it sounded like you got a lot of discovery, but you didn't get anything in terms of the juvenile history of Arizona.
Object. What record she's referencing, which record?
Arizona Department of Child Safety.
You just proposed to the doctor that he'd been committed in Arizona, that's not facts, not evidence.
Are you, I'll rephrase it. Are you aware that he was seen at a Tano behavioral facility in Arizona?
I don't recall the name again. I don't recall any psychiatric commitments in this
Not
record.
committed, but seen.
I know that's what you said.
Would you recall?
But I do recall, again, treatment for ADHD during his juvenile years.
And whether or not he was seen at Intermountain in Arizona, you didn't know.
Again, I've reviewed records indicating treatment for ADHD, the specific names of the facilities. I cannot recall without actually looking at it again.
Right, no, I'm confident you didn't get these records, that's why going through these with you very quickly, right? So he had seen a number of psychiatrists and doctors in Arizona, and that wasn't part of your analysis when you're diagnosing Mr. Wilson, correct?
I was aware, again, that there was treatment for ADHD. I asked him specifically about his psychiatric treatment history, and he spoke of an antidepressant given to him in prison.
So in terms of any family counseling or any additional counseling he received out of state, he didn't tell you about that.
Don't recall him disclosing that.
And in terms of, because I know you're contesting the trauma that he experienced, or that it's your opinion that he doesn't suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder.
Yeah, I mean, I want to clarify that I'm not contesting the trauma, I'm contesting the diagnosis. I mean, and I'm not even, I mean, contesting is what the state does, but I didn't see evidence of post-traumatic stress disorder.
But you agree there's trauma there?
If his self-report is accurate, and then I did see in depositions that suggested that he had a troubled childhood, particularly with parental substance abuse. I don't dispute that. I'm, you know, it doesn't affect my conclusions if he did, because I'm accepting them as factual.
So again, in the Arizona records, there's a statement that the child has a poor short-term memory. You weren't advised of that.
Object unless you show some records. I'm not even sure these are facts and evidence.
Don't know that any of these are actually evidence.
No.
About that objection. You want to rephrase the question? Please?
Yes, sir. Part of your testimony is that his memory deficits are false.
I did not observe any significant memory problems, and his claimed amnesia, selective amnesia, in my opinion, is not credible.
But you were not aware that he's had these issues with his memory from his childhood.
I didn't see anything in the records that indicated a memory disturbance.
Right, because you weren't provided those records.
I don't know what records you're referring to.
I understand. So in terms of his self-reporting, he told you that there's no depression.
Correct.
And you did notice that his foot was tapping.
Yes.
And you did notice that I talked to him and then he was willing to continue the interview with me.
After some convincing, yeah.
And you were present. I was telling him, hey, just do your best. It'll be okay.
I tell him several times, but yes, he eventually continued with the interview.
All right. And during the interview, you saw no hallucination issues.
He denied them, and there were no overt signs of hallucination. When people are hallucinating, they often show you signs. For example, you see a homeless person talking to himself, there's a good chance they're hallucinating. Or if they're experiencing visual hallucinations, they might, you know, look like there's a ghost in the room. There was no signs of that.
Now, I understand you didn't get the Arizona records, but you did receive the records from the report from Dr. Levin.
I believe so.
And in Dr. Levin's report, similarly to, let me rephrase that. In Dr. Levin's report, he described ADHD.
I recall that, yes.
And he also described the need for for counseling based on the trauma experience.
That may be, yes.
Now, sorry. So then, in terms of what you were aware of at the time that you evaluated Mr. Wilson, he did not walk you through his childhood.
He talked about his childhood.
All right, because you said that he denied any, regarding the PTSD, any emotional, it was sleep problems or emotional issues.
Any symptoms related to PTSD, he either denied or did not endorse.
And he didn't tell you about any life-threatening situation that he eyewitnessed to someone that was important to him, like a stepmother or a close family?
He talked about being exposed to domestic violence when he was younger. He claimed that he was at age 8 sexually molested by a teenage female, which he said included her forcing him to perform oral sex on her on multiple occasions.
So he described that to you, but in terms of, for example, having his father put a gun to the head of another individual, he didn't discuss that with you.
I was aware of it through the deposition transcript, but we didn't get much into it.
And he didn't tell you about an incident where his father had punched out all the windows and taken a small dog and slammed it against a brick wall.
I recall in the deposition transcripts that the father was a problem, yes.
Okay, but in terms of his memory as to what he told you, he didn't give you those kind of details.
No, it wasn't an assessment of memory related to those incidents. I didn't get into a lot of questioning about it. So it's not like he presented, it's like, I don't remember these things.
I understand, you said you didn't question him about it, so you didn't ask.
No, I mean, I asked him specifically for any emotional disturbances, including those that are related to PTSD. Many people suffer trauma in childhood and don't develop PTSD. So if he's not endorsing symptoms of PTSD, there's not much reason for me to really get into his social history. I mean, I was aware of it. I put it in, if I was to write a report, I was in the process of it. I was told just, everybody's just doing verbal testimony. But I don't dispute that he came from a troubled background.
But he didn't report it to you, is what I'm getting.
Not out of a memory issue, it's out of me not really inquiring much about it.
Now, in terms of the psychiatric counseling services in the Putnam County Jail, what's offered to inmates in the county jail?
I mean, it's like most jails. I don't work in there. I've reviewed some medical records. I mean, and jails aren't the best places for mental treatment. Usually it's medications. If somebody is showing some emotional, it may be related to their case, if they're depressed or stressed out. If somebody's showing psychiatric problems like psychosis, jail psychiatrist will prescribe an antipsychotic. I don't think there's much mental health counseling in the county jails. It's usually reserved for state prison.
And in terms of your evaluation then, fair to say that, or at least based on your review of the records, Mr. Wilson wasn't forthcoming at the beginning of that interview, talking about the very long one, but at the end of it, he does admit to his actions.
After he initially lied to police and tried to steer him a certain way, then initially lied to his mother. His mother eventually got him to confess to it, describe how he planned for it, and then at that point, he was saying that he was guilty, I guess that's the way he described it.
So you're aware that he confessed to his mother on more than one occasion?
After lying to her initially, yeah.
So he does confess to his mother on more than one occasion?
Eventually.
I'm trying to get a yes or no. They'll let you talk at length, but he confessed to his mother.
Not everything's a yes or no. I'm not here to misrepresent. He eventually confessed.
So he eventually confessed to his mother on 3 separate times then?
Correct.
And he eventually confessed to law enforcement?
Yes.
And he provided details to law enforcement in terms of what door he entered and which child the homicide was performed on first?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure on that one.
No, earlier you said that he did give some details in terms of who he killed first and what door he entered.
I didn't say that.
Fair to describe that the interview between you and Mr. Wilson, yes, you said that at times he was evasive.
When it pertains to killing the kids, yeah.
And your ability to conduct the interview clearly didn't go down every avenue available in terms of questions.
I'm not sure what you mean, like, it went down every avenue that I needed.
Because you were here for a second opinion for the state.
I was requested for the state to assess this person. And if everything would have checked out, I would have agreed with defense experts. I've done that before. I've done that in high profile cases, murder cases where the state or the defense hires me and I give an opinion that doesn't support them. I don't have any investment in these cases. My investment is doing a thorough, objective job, consistent with standard practice and consistent with the reasons that were in court.
Now, the MMPI-2 that you provided to Mr. Wilson,
Yes, ma'am.
you said that it had a correctional profile,
Correct.
and in terms of the validity scores within the MMPI-2, it was rendered invalid.
That's correct.
So you could not rely on that score in rendering your opinion.
The only thing that I could say is that he exaggerated the test in an extreme fashion. That's the only thing you can say about that profile.
And then you went on to give a diagnosis of anti-personality traits disorder.
At a minimum, because the issue here is part of antisocial personality disorders, you have to have some evidence of conduct disorder, and there is through the depositions and so forth. But I try to give them a test that would help clarify that issue because the MMPI gets into juvenile conduct related problems. But I had a defendant that wasn't being honest. So he prevented me from getting that data. I didn't have any school records. I don't know if I'm correct or not. I think in addition to the ADHD, might have been diagnosed with the oppositional defiant disorder in the records, is my recall, which would be consistent with a conduct related problem. But there was evidence from some witnesses, or at least one witness, that there was some behavioral problem. So my impression, based on what's occurred after you turn age 18, that's all consistent with antisocial personality disorder.
Now,
The hang up is I couldn't get a valid test from it because of the way he responded to it.
so to get that, and I'm just, because the DSM-5, it doesn't deal with traits, but the actual disorder. So the conduct disorder that has to occur before the age of 15, can you explain what you relied on to arrive at that? The evidence that you said that you saw.
So the defendant himself admitted to substance abuse problems as a juvenile. The majority of juveniles don't go around abusing substances. And yeah, he might have been and probably was influenced by his family. It doesn't matter. The DSM doesn't look at the reasons why you're using drugs. It looks at were you using drugs. Okay, so that first off, it's antisocial children tend to do that, but it's also criminal activity. So it falls into that category as well. I asked him specifically, were you ever arrested as a juvenile? Which is a pretty salient event. But somebody with at least low active intelligence is going to be able to remember. He says he didn't know. Again, anytime it turned into something that would be perceived negative, it was, I don't know, I don't remember. So he couldn't, he told me he basically didn't know if he was ever arrested as a juvenile. So I gave him a chance on that one too. But in a deposition, his stepbrother indicated that he had been stealing, which is part of conduct disorder. The DSM doesn't say why they're stealing, the context of stealing, is there a history of stealing? That's it. And then in that report or the deposition, the stepbrother also indicated that Mr. Wilson was frequently fighting, and that's another criterion for conduct disorder. So based on the available evidence that I had, okay, psych evals aren't always perfect, but based on what I had, I tried to get more from the defendant. The defendant wasn't credible in taking the test. But everything that I had was consistent with a conduct disorder. They don't have to have the diagnoses in their records. It's just in your assessment, is there evidence of a conduct disorder? And then when I took that along with everything that he has done as an adult, as far as antisocial behaviors, it's my opinion that yes, he has an antisocial personality disorder.
So for the conduct disorder then, the substance abuse, you didn't ask Mr. Wilson about his substance abuse before the age of 50?
I don't recall specific ages. He said it, actually, no, I remember he said that it started early and I don't remember the exact age, it was well before 15. I mean, he talked about it being like around the age of 8 or 9 or 10, something like that.
Now, does it make a difference in your calculus whether or not, for example, a stepfather had placed a crack pipe in his mouth or another parental figure had given him cannabis or some other drug? Does that make a difference to?
Diagnostically, it doesn't. The DSM does not specify how the substance abuse started, why it started. Most people with antisocial personalities, the majority of them, have troubled childhoods. It does shape their personality, but then they start making conscious decisions later in life when they're an adult as to how they're going to live their life. So I don't doubt that he had a troubled childhood. I don't doubt that there was parental substance abuse and an influence on that, but that doesn't matter in diagnoses. The DSM specifically says we are not going to look at etiology. It's how the person is behaving, what kind of symptoms are they actually showing.
All right, I understand that you weren't looking at etiology or the reason behind it, so the source of it. But, so that was the substance abuse then. The criminal activity, you were aware that at times, law enforcement, meaning officers, would pick him up. For example, he had been abandoned at a certain location. So there are different times when law enforcement would get involved with him that didn't result in arrests.
I'm not sure what the question is.
No, because you're saying he was asking about criminal activity and prior arrests. So you didn't ask him in terms of what those contacts with law enforcement were.
No, because I would not consider those as arrests. I asked them specifically, were you ever arrested, charged as a juvenile? Which, I mean, most everyone I evaluate can tell me if they've at least been arrested. They may not remember the specific charge, but he said he didn't know.
And then turning to, again, still looking at conduct disorder, stealing, were you aware that those children, because this is, again, you're relying on the Bilberry stepbrother, that they were involved with stealing for food? Meaning, the way the scenario worked was that if they couldn't fish, and if they couldn't get food from the neighbors, then they would
The
steal.
facts, not evidence, and not complete recitation of the facts.
Could you rephrase it? That's changed.
So then in terms of, did you ask him specifically about the stealing?
The stealing I was aware of based on the testimony of the stepbrother. We didn't get into the stealing during his juvenile years.
Right, so you didn't ask him.
Correct.
And same with the fighting, this is based on what you reviewed, you didn't ask Mr. Wilson.
I don't recall asking specifically about the fights with his brother.
But that's the basis of the conduct disorder, meaning that's the foundation as to what you're using conduct disorder.
Again, all right, let me explain this. I attempted to give this individual a test that addresses juvenile conduct related problems. He hindered me because he wanted to receive the test. That's
It's a complex test, is it not?
no, it's a 6th, 7th grade level reading test.
I meant there's like over 500 points in the test.
There's 567 items are true, false, simple statements such as, I have a good appetite, true or false.
It is your opinion that he intentionally tried to.
It's not just my opinion, the test results say that it's a fact. And even the computer generated interpretation, which I sent to your expert, says you cannot interpret this because of extreme exaggeration.
Now, in terms of associated features regarding antisocial personality disorder, at what point was, for example, Mr. Wilson charming?
Was he what?
Superficially charming.
You're talking about psychopathy or antisocial personality disorder?
Antisocial personality disorder associated features.
Well, so you're reading not the diagnostic criteria, but one sentence out of the entire narrative after that. So I didn't see him being superficially charming during the exam.
Now, in terms of a differential diagnosis, again, I know you're here for a second opinion, but in terms of a differential diagnosis, did you consider substance abuse disorders?
Of course.
And in terms of, I know that you're disagreeing with Dr. Kropp, but you're also aware that where another medical condition can apply, that antisocial personality disorder is not the diagnosis to go with, in terms of head trauma, TBI, or, as you just noted, substance abuse disorder.
Yeah, I mean, there's, do you want me to explain why in his adulthood I would consider him to have antisocial personality disorder that's
No, you've
outside of
done that.
substance abuse?
No, you've done that. I'm just asking.
No, I haven't done that. I haven't gotten into his adult
Let
antisocial.
me ask Ms. Peoples to rephrase the question, because quite frankly, when you asked it, I didn't understand it. So if you could please restate the question.
In terms of whether or not there's another physiological diagnosis, for example, substance abuse, and a second example, a medical condition such as head trauma, those are supposed to take priority in terms of diagnosis over antisocial personality disorder.
That's not a true statement. There's nothing in DSM that says those are taking priority. You do rule out other disorders. I diagnosed him with a substance abuse disorder, but that's secondary to antisocial personality disorder. And there are a number of things in his adult history that are reflective of antisocial personality disorder.
One moment. No further questions.
You redirect?
So the jurors understand the focus. Most people have asked you, obviously a lot of questions about, did you get into specifics about the domestic violence or the trauma that he got, correct? Did you have all of that information from all of his other doctors, outside of just interviewing him?
There was quite a bit through the depositions and everything. I was fully aware that he had a difficult childhood. I'm not up there saying he didn't.
Right. We're not disputing that.
Correct.
And you were, obviously, because of just the nature of your being hired, you're hired by the state, right? You were coming in last, essentially, just because the pure procedural rules, right? That is different than if you were the first clinician to ever meet this man and needed to take a history. Would you have gone into more detail then versus as the fifth or sixth expert having all of the information already? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, I've done capital death penalty cases, both for defense and the state, okay? It's difficult when you're in the state because you're under a time frame. I've done. A defense expert can see a person months before, can see them multiple times and things like that. But when you're asked by the state post-conviction, and I think in this case, what they usually tell you is, look, we're expecting a potential conviction during this week. So leave some time open because we're gonna call you right when that happens to come in and see, and then we need your findings within a couple of days. Okay, so yeah, ideally, tracking down his school records and so forth, but there's so much in his adult history reflective of antisocial personality disorder and some suggestions of cognitive disorder that I felt comfortable with that diagnosis.
And not just with the diagnosis, but you're accepting the history as true, right? You've already said that. Traumatized.
I've said it multiple
childhood.
times, don't dispute that at all.
Correct me if I'm wrong, was your focus in this interview basically looking at those two big mitigators that the defense was going to put forth, the extreme mental or emotional distress, cannot conform conduct, and look at that in relation to the crime? And
Absolutely.
psychologically, what can you say about that and any disorders? Was that your focus?
That's why we're here. I think it's inappropriate. I would not do
Your Honor,
this.
the purpose of penalty phase is not singular to this issue.
Just saying, to see if you can rephrase it.
Doctor, you had his history, right?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the focus of your interview? What were you trying to determine to relate to this juror?
I was assessing first, does he have any kind of mental illness? Regardless of the offense, is there evidence in the eval? Does he have any kind of neurocognitive disorder that would explain his claimed amnesia? Then I looked into the issues of how he was thinking, feeling, acting at the time that he committed the crime and immediately after, to see if there was actual evidence that he had some diminished capacity to appreciate what he was doing at the time of the offense. That was the main purpose of the examination.
All right, thank you. No further questions.
All right, thank you, Dr. Let me step down. And thank you, Your Honor, for the testimony.
Everybody have a good day.
Members of the jury, we'll go ahead and take our lunch break now. We will break until 2:30. Please don't discuss testimony among yourselves, but also while you're on that lunch break. And you're ready to get back in at 2:30. Leave your notes on your seat there, and we'll see you after your lunch.
Thank you for going slow.
Please be seated. The record reflect the jury is stepped out. We'll come back in on the record at 2:15 and take up the other motion. Do we need to take that up before the next witness appears?
Yes, Your Honor, and if we could pull in that one juror alone at 2:30, just to make it.
Yeah, we'll do that then.
2:30. Okay, thank you.
So back on the record at 2:15, we're gonna be shutting down the Zoom feed on this case because we have to start up one on another case separately. So we'll come back on as soon as we're back ready to reconvene this case.